be done in moderation, but I'm still curious what all led up. Like, I feel like you did three things in your life where it was back to back, and then it led to that moment. Like little trade-offs led to that. So you
What do you mean?
probably, I think you ate a bunch of ice cream or a bunch of bad stuff, um, and that led to maybe eating some pizza or McDonald's or something, or you went and bought a bunch of stuff with extra money you just made. Like it's probably like three things in a row that you haven't communicated yet, and you gotta get down to what those are.
I mean,
And
all of those things happened.
then it's probably just you wanting to die, and the suicide again, and you're getting out of that. So the question is, well, what's creating that blank emptiness or whatever you were talking about before? You want to get out of the state, and how you helped other people before and put your needs over their needs over your needs, and you did it in the wrong way. It sounds like, right? So how would you do it in the right way? And if it is a biochemical thing, where it's just your chemicals are gonna do it no matter what you do, or
Yeah, it might be, I feel like it could just be a novelty factor thing where reality itself just feels boring. Like my brain, like my normal sober brain, like now that I've known that weed exists and I can hear all these thoughts that are so much more interesting and it makes reality a little bit harder, that is more novel to my brain. It's like putting the game on harder mode instead of easy mode, which is like okay, once you've looked around the world of the game, the easy mode is no longer fun anymore. It gets boring, right? Now you've got to put it on a harder mode for it to be interesting and engaging and flow statey, right? So like I think for some reason my brain has found some sort of like or is searching for a flow state, maybe. Do you think the brain self seeks flow state or no? Not necessarily.
there's something going on here. Like, yeah, the brain seeks flow state, and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, why didn't you think, hey, I could go learn the flow rules or do some blessings instead? I'm gonna weed up.
I mean, I
And
did think that. I thought of all the 10,000 things I could slash should be doing, and then like somehow like maybe did like 5% of the things, and then somehow like I just like get back to this like point where I'm like, oh, the weed will like maybe if I just sit here, if I allow myself to have this like hour or two with weed, then I'll be okay later to do all the other things. And I like convince myself out of it or something that it's going to be okay, and that's not the case. I think I just like literally lie to myself or something like that. I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, it seems like that something like that is going on because
I feel like I must just be lying to myself. Maybe. I'm trying to track down the mental process, but it's like I sit with my like I can write out a list of all the things I need to do in my calendar in my little planner notebook. Um and I can like look at them and just be like, okay, like this is what I could do now, this is what I could do later. Like I can more or less organize it sometimes. Sometimes I struggle with organizing and I get stuck there. But but even then, like there's like a further level of like organization that I get stuck in somewhere where I just like can't get that list of things that I need to do and transmute that like somewhere that list of things becomes like all those things become a tornado in my head of executive dysfunction and anxiety, and then I choose weed as my portal out. Like sometimes I do some of the things on the list before I choose weed, and I eventually get myself to do it if I just like I'm like okay, just like I was reading on AI about like I basically I have been on this mega thread with AI about it started with the proof of truth and like analyzing just the proof of truth, and now it's like I've told it my whole life story and I'm still adding more details, whatever, about like it knows I've like had my spiritual emergency, whatever. It knows I've like lived in Tahoe and I was in flow state there, and that I was in flow state getting physics and psychology degrees, and like it knows like I've like told it as much as I can for now, right, about these things, and it understands my situation. And I'm even talking about it now like it's an entity, but interesting. But it is a mirror. But anyway, um, that yeah, it basically like told me you have to kind of like wiggle your toe. If you're sitting there and like you're like I'm in blob mode, and your thesis is I'm a blob, and your antithesis or your antithesis, I don't know how to even say it, but is I need to go on a walk. Well, the sublation would be something like just wiggle your toe, like, and then like, well, or rather, it called it a series of micro sublations, and that you need to break it down into micro sublations, especially as an ADHD slash bipolar like slash depressed blob mode person, right? Like you need to just like instead of being like, oh, I need to get up, like, or like it said like, well, like make the first step like, oh, I need to like get up as the sublation, but like, or getting up rather is the sublation, not I need to get up, but the actual act is the sublation, right? But the micro sublations would be things like wiggling your toe. So the wiggling your toe thing actually really, really stuck with me in like really makes sense in the sense of like just do the smallest possible thing that you can commit to, and once you do that you can start building your momentum off of that. And even if you could think you can commit to something bigger, who cares, just do like commit to literally the smallest possible thing first and make that like the habit, so that way you can like first of all not bite off more than you can chew, but also so you can actually get started, like, and make that the actual pathway and process that your brain does every time you're getting started on something, is you actually do get started on something.
Yeah. You have to do something like that, and I'm glad you're talking to the AIs about it to a certain degree. They're probably recording all the information. But
Yeah,
fun enough,
I thought about that, but whatever.
like it would have been interesting if you would have called me in that moment, right when you're about to smoke weed. But I think the gremlin, the negation, knows what would happen, and it evaded that on purpose. It's like I told you, I said it's gonna try and escape and do something, and it did. And I think now you're just falling back into your old routines, but you're making it look like it's normal because you're still coming to the meetings. But pretty soon that's going to stop too. Uh, because your voice, like you said earlier, oh, it's my boobs, I can't breathe. No, it's not your boobs. Because you're on the toilet or wherever, you're still breathing, it's, more,
No, I'm
more than
back
my,
in bed. It's I figured it out. It's because of this weed. It's because of the weed pen. It's I just hit it right now, and I'm breathing hard.
why did you hit it again?
I've been hitting it. It's because it's like it feels even like sensorily nice for my in a almost, yeah, in a practically sadistic way, for my lungs to burn.
Yeah, there is this like, the negation is turned, it feels like it's turned against you. And like these suicidal tendencies, and there's some kind of thing that happened to you that's anchoring you down into this like sadist, terrible, satanic. There's a part of you, Marlena, just be radically honest with you, that feels pretty dark, and you're masking it pretty good because you're trying to blend in. But there are people who have these sadist tendencies, and it seems like you have them. And it feels like it's because there's something in your consciousness that's not resolved,
I agree with that.
right? And that's
And I
why
don't know what it
that's
is.
why like even when I'm talking to you now, I'm actually sort of like moving forward with the blessings. Like I'm updating sheets and stuff when I'm talking to you because a part of you wants me to die, right? So I'm noticing that. And so when we talk for a long time and I'm noticing we're not really making progress, you're regressing, I'm like, okay, she's choosing death. I'm not. I'm on a hunger strike to live, Marlena. I'm not going to fall for the gremlin. If you're going to waste time and choose to hit that pen, then that's your choice. It's not the gremlin, it's not anybody else. You're aware of it now and you have to take responsibility for that. And I'm sure you've heard of that before. But it's literally as simple as don't want your lungs to burn and smoke the weed. Don't do it. Go for a run
How
instead.
do I make myself not want that?
You have to want to live and you have to see
How
the
do I
goodness of. You have to
how
remember
do I
the
know what living is?
universal love. You've already experienced it in the purple wormhole. So you have to force your mind to think about, wow, life is worth
Yeah,
living
but when
for.
that happened, but that led to a lot. I'm scared of going back there because that
Yeah, you
led
got to
to a
do it.
lot.
Yeah, you did it. You did it immaturely. You need to do it with universal logic and channel it so that you're actually helping people and yourself, not flying off a cliff and trying to escape the world.
But I
Right.
think I'm also suppressing myself to some degree because I'm scared of like striving to do it the right way and failing again, and that consequence being worse than the consequence of me suppressing myself for eternity, right? It's like it, it'd be purple wormhole level bad. But I feel like now that I'm aware of that being a possibility, I wouldn't. But I don't know, right? Because like I feel like I wouldn't now, right? But what if that changes?
Well, then you do things that make it so it stays in the direction you want it to go. And like when you got bored, like I want to know exactly what happened leading up to that movement, that moment, because that's where you can learn exactly what your mind is doing. Or if you have a disease or you have a something's going on.
It feels like this environment is what makes me bored. Like I just remember how much this place feels like the wrong hamster wheel cage for me. Like it just the humidity to the all the houses being brown and drab and looking so sad and the same and everyone living the same, everyone striving for the same things. Like it all just feels so like cyclical in like I wish for a different world kind of way, but it's like even the worlds that are available to me don't feel satisfying.
Yeah, well, maybe you have to go to Tahoe. It's your rat park, right? When you were first telling me this, I thought, oh, her rat park is falling apart. So that's probably what's
And
happening.
that's also where I've been torn lately too, is like should I really seriously consider doing something like that, like moving to Tahoe or for at least a winter again, or even Yosemite for at least a winter, although a Yosemite winter I think also risks that same boredom element. In a way, the community would be much better and like the literal mountain scenes would be better, but you're also snowed in the valley, so you can't really hike up past a certain elevation, and so you're stuck on the flat land more or less, um, in the valley, which is a half mile wide and 3 miles long.
Oh, you're
So
also getting your period right now.
I am getting my period right now.
Yeah, that's
Yes, I
actually
forgot to mention that
that's
earlier.
actually what it is probably. Because if you do have an STD or something that's not being detected, then every time your period flares up, it's probably activating it or something. That's not,
Yeah,
I don't,
it started like yesterday or 2 days ago. It started 2 days ago.
when did you start smoking the
Two
weed
days.
again?
Like I don't know how long after I smashed the weed pen I started. So it was. It could have been literally the same day, or it could have been through 2 days after. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember, but I don't remember. I don't remember the first pin I got and why I got it. Wait, no, do I? Wait, wait. Was that it? I think I know I smashed the pin during a writing meeting. What day did I smash the pin? That must have been a Tuesday.
Yeah, we can look on WhatsApp and see when that was. Oh, my WhatsApp is
Yeah,
full. Wrench.
yeah, a wrench. It had to have been Tuesday because it was during writing meeting. Because and also because yeah, okay, it was definitely the next day I bought a pin. Because I worked all day from or for like 10 hours at the new store or the second store I'm working at or whatever, and I bought a pin from like this. I specifically didn't go to a vape shop. I went to a dispensary and which apparently they exist around here, even though weed isn't legal, so it's so strange. But it's all THCA and various like THCP, whatever, HHC, whatever the fuck, combinations of stuff. So it's still kind of like what the vape shop sells, but it's higher quality and more regulated. And more, it's more dispensary like in the sense that you can actually ask like what you need for your medicinal purposes, and like they know what each strand does and how the breakdown of it and how to guide you for what your needs are. Unlike a vape shop where it's very ghetto and ratchet and they don't do that. Um, it's just oriented towards whatever can hit you the hardest usually, which is not always the best thing for your brain. Um, so I specifically went to this dispensary because I was like, I'm here all day and I didn't have a chance to go to the vape shop that I normally go to get my weed, my flower weed. Um, and so I didn't have enough flower weed, and so that's how I convinced myself to get a pin. But the original pin I got was uh yeah, like from the dispensary, and it tasted like literal flower, like literal bud flower, like it tasted like I was smoking flower, which is not normal of a pin. Normally pins taste like kind of waxy, but also kind of like a little flower, like a little earthy, but then like sometimes also like strawberries or whatever the fuck, or who the fuck else, pineapples, whatever. But it was like it was much lighter and much different, and it was much closer to smoking flower. So at first, the pen didn't really start as like being an actual pin kind of experience, other than the fact that I was now smoking weed all day rather than just smoking it in the second half of the day like I had been doing, for a while since until I started this whole pin shenanigans stuff a few weeks ago, and I've still been stuck to this pin shenanigans stuff. And it's just once I let it go and keep it let gone for several weeks, I can stay away from it from that point forth, and I'll be fine. The gremlin will be gone, um, or gone enough that I can say no. But then there will be the eventual, oh, I can just hit it once. Like that will come several months down the road, and that's what usually happens. And then I go into the cycle for a few weeks and then realize how bad it is and then get out of the cycle. And so there's a bigger cycle that happens here over the span of several months. This happens, but
I think the simple answer might be, well, part of the simpler answer is, other than the metaphysical one, that you're just not reading enough Hegel, or divine literature in general, is we just didn't prepare for your period. So now we're just gonna say, oh, when period comes, everything goes literally to hell. So we have to set
so like
boundaries in place
yeah,
to say, well, it seems like even within a week of getting it, because it's not always perfect, right? So within a week year period, we basically have to start preparing and saying she's going to get suicidal. It's going to start getting into old habits to cope. It's coping mechanisms. So we should probably say for the
Yeah.
whole month you get no weed until your period, and then for your period you get to smoke weed as much as you want for 1 week, where you, before you think you're gonna get your period, and then during your period, and then when your period's done, then back to no weed.
So
That's
that's pretty
one.
much 2 weeks. Yeah.
That's almost half the month.
Yeah.
So so I really feel like it's probably whatever the
But that
period
but
is.
that is actually like I could see that happening except for actually what's the what I don't remember that I haven't researched the womanly phases enough, which I really should. Granted, that's literally how my body runs. I really should. But I know there's like the luteal phase, right? That I think is when you're supposed to be have the most energy and be like acne cleared up. You look like less bloated, you're glowing, you're like feeling horny, whatever, all that. And like but then there's the week before wait. Yeah, and then the next week is the week before your period, which is like bad. And then the week before that is the week after your period. And I think that one is also a little rough hormonally. I think in terms of like that's when you get like acne and stuff. I could be wrong. I don't know. But there's like I need to research what's going on there. Let me I yeah.
What? Well, how did you deal with that in high school? Like when you had that really great governor school experience, you still had your period during then. So how did you get through it then?
I thought I had PCOS because my mom and my sister both do, and my periods were and cramps were really intense. So I usually just took ibuprofen and kind of dealt with it and just gritted through it. But I also was used to feeling bad. And now I've tasted the idea of like, oh, I can actually feel better. And now I feel like I'm less tolerant towards things that I used to be more tolerant to, if that makes sense, because I lived in the spectrum of more badness, right? So that didn't feel that bad to me already. Like it felt bad, right? But it didn't feel like that bad compared to everything else going on too. But now that I know that it's possible to feel better than those things I felt and had never experienced otherwise, of like, I can I it's good in the sense that it's given me hope to strive for better, right? And has given me something to strive for, but it has made me, I think, less tolerant.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm just looking it up here too.
Yeah, yeah, give me a second. I'm typing into DeepSeek what are the phases of the hormonal cycle? I don't even know what to call it. Menstrual cycle?
Yeah, where does having a period make you depressed? So did you still take your drugs too? Like, did you still take the gabapentin or whatever you're on, the Vyvanse,
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah, yeah.
And it still created
That's
these
a
feelings in you.
yeah.
Are you sure? Like, are you sure you didn't like drop the dose down by accident? And your mind is just it's getting tired and depressed, so it's just forgetting to do it.
I mean, I did like a few wait, when I know that recently, I'm trying to think when in my Time Warp brain, but recently I did accidentally mess with my gabapentin dosing, but it was not related to a period and not near my period because my period is happening now. But it was more like 2 weeks ago or something. Like I had it when I was going through some of my depression, my depressed stuff, when I was started to get more depressed out of nowhere. I thought it was out of nowhere, but then yeah, I realized I was messing up my gabapentin again. And it's really hard for me to remember and stay on top of, but I've started writing in my journal, like, stay on top of your meds, and I've written out my gabapentin scheduling, and I wrote out in my journal a daily, like, sometimes the somatics of handwriting stuff out and the time spent with handwriting something out or drawing something out really helps me get it to stick in my brain or slow down the executive function anxiety, whatever the heck is going on, and like focus the mind's eye. So I've I started drawing out like my like Monday through Sunday or whatever, 7 days a week, 7 to 8 a.m., 8 to 9 a.m., 9 to 10 a.m. little calendar where every single hour is a little block, and I write out what I need to do in every hour, and I block off all the hours for work, whatever. But I all I finished so far is blocking off the hours for work and then putting in all my meds. But um, at least that is done. So that feels like that will be helpful for me if I keep looking at that to like because my brain is also very visual and has a hard time with these like handling time for some reason in these abstract like ways, like when I look at myself and the time I have and like how to handle it, like in my brain it's coming out like almost like words or lists of the things I have to do, and it's not translating into time spent or whatever. So I think this visual part will help me a lot.
Mhm. Yeah, the your voice feels like it's like a trembling, like you're afraid of something.
It does feel trembly. It's literally it's the anxiety, or the hard breathing was literally after hitting this pin though. I do feel the yeah, the trembling like hmm.
Yeah, the thing that didn't hit me was the period. You said it like yesterday or 2 days ago. You said, "Oh, my period's coming up," and I noted that, but I didn't make the connection
Yeah,
that
it's
the
happening now. I'm
really
2 days in, I think.
the super negative feelings are associated. I don't know why I didn't connect the dots, but now I have, and that's the one thing I didn't prepare for is somebody trying to be along with you in your world, right? And I'm thinking, why are your parents helping you take your meds on time? Like, do they just not care?
No, they've offered. I don't. Whenever they get involved, it gets too much in like a very militant, like bad way, like a shamey bad way, but like the bad kind of shaming way. Like they just get like mean about it.
Well, I don't know if they're getting me. It's probably the same thing I'm feeling, right? It's that it feels like you're choosing to sabotage yourself. And it's the gremlin thing again, this negation.
Do I just have maybe a very big gremlin or maybe a very sneaky.
I think you have high IQ and a version of an STD that's creating oppositional defiance. I think something like that is happening. So, I mean, it's not an STD, it's some kind of virus or mutation in your genes, or it's something that has
You
happened.
you really think it's that like it's not something logical or something?
Well, that is logic still. It's just more, like you said, quote unquote, somatic. It's just
Hmm.
methylated logic in the DNA strand. So you could change it, but you have to seriously invest and like meditate for thousands of hours, live in an ashram, change your environment. So part of me is thinking we
But
tried to rationally change it.
would I have to know exactly what's wrong for me to change it?
Well, it can go both ways sometimes, but it's faster, I think, if you know the problem. So I
Yeah,
think
and I still don't know. Like
that's right.
that's also what I think is bringing me down is I feel this sense. Oh my God, I even had a dream about this. I brought to the dream hive was like uh a sense that the foundation of my house is crumbling, like or not built on sturdy ground, or like I had a dream about like the leader of the dream hive having bloody eyes basically and saying like there's still termites in the house, while she also was like, or actually she turned around at first and was smiling in the dream with bloody eyes and bloody tears, and like we were in a dark mansion kind of house, like very very dark though, very woody, and she like turned around and smiled at like kind of trying to mask the pain kind of level smile, but it was so masky level that it was so creepy. It was like ear to ear level grin kind of mask. And um she I was like, "Oh, hey Betsy, how are you? Where's Gina?" And she's like, "Gina is outside, like out there suntanning." and then I get an image of Gina just like with her leader dog Courage just like perfectly suntanning on the corner of this white roof or whatever, and then everything is very white in that image, and then we go back into the dark house and it's just like, wait, I like am struck by this image of Betsy's face with the bloody eyes and creepy smile, and um I'm like, wait, Betsy, what's wrong? Like, what? Like, don't hide it. Like, what's wrong? Like, tell me what's really wrong. And she's like, okay, fine. Like, there's still termites in the house, and then it flashes to like us standing in front of this giant hole in the wood of the house, and it smells really earthy, like the uh crawl space of our underneath our house kind of level earthy, and there's a bunch of termites eating this hole, and then she just like puts her head in her hands and starts crying even more with her bloody tears. I'm like, what the heck? And the people of the Dream Hive have basically like they were like they helped me see that it was about me and the foundation of my house, which I wouldn't have even gotten to that conclusion, which feels silly now, but like now would get to that such a conclusion of like literally it just like it feels like I can't move forward with like building anything because there's something wrong foundationally and I can't figure out what it is. It's like I try to figure out the problem and then it's like there's still something deeper and I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
Every time I'm like trying to think of like what it is, I get this image of me. I can actually look out of my window and see this very same tree, but I get this image of me sitting out on my neighbor's tree when I had these two neighbors that lived next to me that were like these young boys. One of them was about my age, but a little younger, and one of us like significantly younger, like but he shouldn't have. He was like at the age where he shouldn't be wearing diapers, but he had like a some sort of kidney or something condition where he peed himself all the time, so he wore diapers. But he was like I don't know, probably like 5 or something. We were probably like how old? We must have been in middle school, early middle school. What? How old are you in 6th grade? Like 10, 11?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Wow, yeah. I'm really bad at remembering when my memories happened as a kid, like what age I was specifically, because I remember what grade I was in better than what age I was, but the I remember sitting in this very tree I'm looking at and just like having some sort of realization and thought that made me really sad, that like made me sad forever. But I don't know what it was.
Okay.
But I keep flashing back to that image of like me sitting in this tree and like having some sort of realization about the world, some sort of perspective shift that made me depressed. And I think that was like the seed of when I felt depression for the first time.
Was in a swing in a
No, in
tree.
a tree. No, in I was sitting in a tree.
So was you were sitting in a sweet swing in a tree?
No, there's no swing. I was
So
sitting
just
in a
sitting in a tree.
tree.
Okay. Wonder why I thought it was swing.
Wait, is my Wi-Fi cutting in and out or something?
No, it's not. I'm focusing on too many things at the same time.
Okay, okay, okay. Because I keep seeing my something flashing on my screen like in the corner, and I thought it was my Wi-Fi going in and out. So I was just making sure.
No, what I'm wondering you're making sure is if you're going to be abandoned and alone in this really vulnerable moment where you're telling what your actual horrific experience is. Anybody, like when you really get down to it, there's a kind of rationality that's happening, and yeah, you're just surrounded by horror. You have that, you're haunted by terrible images, and it's unsettling you. And maybe when you see blood, when you have your period, it triggers all that. So there's like there's a lot of conditions about this. But what comes to my mind is a simple answer. It just keeps coming down to it keeps coming down to if your mind is fragmented, the what looks real and captivates you in the negative is caused because your mind isn't clear on what is true. And if as a kid, like when your mother loves you, her will and her love and her wakefulness literally embeds in the infant's mind. And if you are neglected or you have all these types of things happening to you or your genetics or whatever, you end up in this fragmented sort of like these imaginings that you're having, the dreams and all that, in one sense they're hyper entertaining, even though they're really freaky and you want them to stop on one level. But in comparison to the horror, reality just seems boring and bland. And so the adrenaline rush and all the chemicals, you might get addicted to those on some level, which is why you probably feel split. And I feel what he says is a simple sort of fix is that if you speak to somebody like they're rational and you get down to what's causing that and you realize that there's this ultimate reason that can overcome anything, which is what people use God for, right? That's why a lot of people who go to church or religion are doing it because they're really freaked out and haunted by demons and all these types of things. Then it causes your prefrontal cortex to override the limbic brain where all this amygdala survival instinct stuff is happening. And when the amygdala gets scared, right, it literally drains your prefrontal cortex. So, and I keep having this memory of like, I had that moment as a kid with spiders and a whole bunch of stuff. And it was the Superman image that approximated God that made me at a very young age, like basically embody godliness in this
Right.
Superman way. So when I'm confronted by Betty with the bloody eyes, I go and say, "You're healed. There's no problem here. I fixed the floor. The floor is not even real. The hole is not even real. The termites and the cockroaches are now stopped, and they're in the ground where they're supposed to be, and that's okay. And if they get really bad, you're gonna fly away, like Superman does. It's like I can carry her out of there. It's like no matter how bad the brain creates a negative situation, the positive brain creates a better one. And so somehow the fragmentation of your mind is controlling you. It's like saying you can't ignore these images. And I could think them up too. I can think of Bloody Mary and her eyeballs right now. And I'm picturing the whole thing. And how come I don't get unsettled? It's because, oh, it's not real. And I can stop thinking about it because I have billions of neurons in a different direction that all I have to do is switch my thought and my mind stays there because I did the work. And I might also have a genetic advantage where I have thousands of hours, hundreds of thousands of hours in my genetics that is a privilege to me, which is why you don't judge somebody who's going through your experience in an external way. We just got to say, fundamentally, there could be millions and billions of horrific things you can imagine, and you could try to address every single one of them, or you can just fix the root, which is you need to get back in control of your mind. And if your period is draining blood from your prefrontal cortex in addition to the fear, then all it takes is losing a little bit of blood and it starts triggering that amygdala response. And then your bones have to replace that blood, by uh, using stem cells, I think it is. And so that whole hormonal process might just be this idea that when you get these negative images nonstop, you can't control them. And you're not addressing them in this overcoming them. Like when you see Bloody Mary and you're saying, "What's wrong, Mary?" or Betty. right? You're showing some kind of care, but it's, are you in your mind overcoming it and saying, I fixed the floor, I fixed your eyes, all this type of stuff?
Is my brain doing that?
Yeah, you literally just posted something in the chat here, so why were you doing that?
Why? Wait, why was I posting that in the chat, or why was my brain doing the uh or showing the image of the bloody eyes?
No, I was literally just
Oh,
talking to you, and then you posted in the New World Spirit chat.
yeah. I posted it at you because it's relevant to what you're saying. Because I asked AI,
Oh, I see, I see.
yeah, um, about the uh menstrual cycle and why do I feel depressed before uh my period, and what would Hegel say about the menstrual cycle, and that's its answer.
Yeah, this is making total sense. Yeah, it's having like an allergic reaction to the flux of your hormones.
So
Um,
PMDD,
yeah.
I was, it seemed there's some like meme that's been passing around like neurodivergent Facebook groups that's like it's something like 80% of neurodivergent people have PMDD, like
How much? How many?
80%, which is a high amount. Like that, like essentially like a good chunk of neurodivergent people also struggle with strong pre-period dysphoria, pre-period problems, period shifts, like that are stronger responses than a normal person's to a period. But yeah, in high school, I didn't originally answer that, finish answering that question too about in high school,
No, no, no,
about
no,
how I
no,
manage
no.
my
I
periods.
I don't want to switch you up because you posted this right at an interesting time when I asked you a question.
Yeah, well, no, I just wanted to finish answering that question real quick. You don't have to respond to it because I just remembered that I went on birth control, on
Yeah, yeah,
the pill.
we're switching topics. So, when you see Bloody Mary, Bloody-eyed Betty, I mean, do you try to heal her, or do you sit there and just ask questions?
I mean, I see her and I'm just hey, what's wrong? And I just ask questions, and then she tells me, and then like it flashes to like we're just standing in front of the hole, and like she's showing me the hole, and then she like puts her hands in her head or in her hands and cries.
And then what do you do?
But like I, it's like I don't even have like a. It's not that I don't have a chance to do anything in the dream, but it's kind of like I don't, because it's like I'm just seeing it happen, like I'm seeing the situation, so there's no time to even like act on it, because it's like I'm just now hearing about it and knowing about it. Is kind of how it feels too, but it feels very like also like passively, like I'm a passive observer to somebody else's giant mess situation. Like it's not my termites. That makes sense. Or my bloody eyes either, but like I'm very concerned about the fact that like that's happening. So, but I just feel very deeply like I feel deeply concerned, and then that's where it gets stuck. It doesn't go any further than that. It doesn't lead to a solution of like, oh, I can help you with this.
Yeah,
It
that's
feels so overwhelming that it doesn't feel like I can help with this. And so yeah, I feel like I need to meta program myself to feel more powerful in my daily life.
yeah. Like what you should probably
Probably.
do before your bed now, and maybe I'll add this. Uh, is you should watch Athena Warrior Princess before you go to bed for at least 5 to 10
Oh,
minutes.
I like that.
Because that's, I remember as a kid, like these memories were so haunting to me. I remember as a kid, and I only have one or two of them left in my brain. Like even at that age, I can still remember one or two negative things about these dreams. That's how bad they were, and I was so
Yeah.
terrified. Like I would literally get out of bed and crawl into my mom's bed. Like they're on the level of what you're talking about, except my little brain wasn't as creative because I wasn't exposed to so much horror. but I was exposed to spiders and a bunch of like our DNA is like programmed with all these historical fears. Uh, and the defining moment for me was a picture of me being Superman flying in like a lucid dream or something, and then I fixed all the spiders. I just fixed everything. But before that moment, I wasn't fixing it. I was fixated in it. It was fixing me. That's an interesting play on words. So I fixed
But
it.
so how is that jump like doing that though? Like or like how it
I just truly believe my mother had such power over me. My mom was sort of like a god to me because she loved me so well as a kid, and everything she did just made things better. So I was convinced as a little kid that whatever my mom said was actually true. So when she told me,
so it's just the faith
yeah,
factor
it's like the
that
belief, yeah, the whole belief thing with Jesus, believe in me and all that stuff. That stuff is has real placebo effect,
so
and
what is like believing in something like because that's like that feels like a very spirited
you got to know it's true. You have
like
to believe.
movement but it's like a inner movement right but it's like a you can feel the shift in a room when someone like has a spirited passionate moment right and like what is that like how why is that I guess
Because when you believe something, it seems to be true. That's why people can be hypnotized. Like automatic suggestion is a fast path to that. That's why I think maybe hypnotherapy might be good. Um, and once this fixity, like fixing these things in your mind through your own self confidence in those moments gets stronger. You can maybe do it without all these external aids for the period moment. The period moment's the big test. Uh, but some people have such powerful parenting that they like women, quote unquote, normal women can get through. It sucks, but they get
yeah
through, and all it is, it sucks. And then they build their rat park so that they get around it, and
yeah
they have all these other things. Like my sister goes through her periods, and she's operating, like she's on her period, operating on people probably, and it's like. I don't know if she schedules around it or what, but she's got these really strong coping mechanisms because my mother instilled in her a lot of confidence too and a lot of worth and all these things. And my mom always intervened right away.
and it's a that's what makes me question too like the how much should we be pushing through those things like pushing through a period and still trying to demand like the same level of work for instance as like the other times of the week or whatever other weeks or how much should we be like resting or like accommodating for that shift that we know is there like what is the actual wise response to periods in terms of workflow and like just like flow in general because that's where I also get confused by like your approach of flow but also discipline and things being hard but also not because I get that sometimes things will be hard when you're just really misaligned with the flow I'm guessing but like and like I don't know but like what will they ever be hard if you're already in a flow there's something
Yeah.
unsublated there I guess about like still about like the discipline hard work flow thing like fun play joy abundance all that but like with the discipline side of things
When you're in flow state, you have more emotional resilience, right? Because your productivity goes up by something like 700%. And so you have all these positive reinforcing hormones that gives you more emotional resilience. So you can stay the course. And when you're in the opposite of that, you have less energy to stay the course. So that's why you want to stay in that cycle. Everybody has ups and downs, but if you stay in the bandwidth, it's more manageable. And that's where we just need to get you in a way is your environment doesn't sound good. Your emotionality is volatile. You're a very sensitive person, so it's heightened. And then your rationality is very high, but it's not universal logic. So if we got you to study more Hegel, and yeah, you're gonna get bored. I got bored lots of times reading Hegel. In fact, the whole first 1500 hours was just almost sheer boredom. And then I endured it because I knew there was nowhere else that had a higher satisfaction.
So how do you endure boredom? Because that seems to be the biggest thing I'm really running from here.
Yeah, that's why I think it's like it's almost more simple than we you real
Yeah, it's
how I did it
ironically seems very simple.
how I did it is I kept reminding myself of a memory where the two parts of it of Hegel that made sense, like profound sense. I thought, what if the whole thing is like this? And that question and that experience is what caused me to say no, it's worth it, and I'm not going to find it anywhere else. Like I've never experienced that level with my conscious mind before. I've experienced it on ayahuasca and a couple of things, but it fades. But with my conscious mind being in normal, like I was in love, so in some ways it simulated ayahuasca and brain chemistry or super oxytocin. But I didn't take any drugs or anything. It was more of a natural thing, which helped convince me that, oh, I can trigger this state in this way with the way that Hegel's words are framed is allowing me to maintain this. So I thought, well, I can't find it anywhere else, and I'm like in my 30s, so this is the best place I can go. And so when I was bored with it, I'm like, well, I'm more bored in other places, so I might as well stay here. And then I just grinded it out. And I tried to stay curious. I was using my autotelic personality to say, hey, what about this word and this word and this word? And I kept dodging the no progress feeling, the blankness.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
would I would give myself physical aids to get through. So if I'm like driving in my Uber car, because I did a lot of this in Uber when I was delivering. So I'd be listening and driving. So there's always sort of like a visual distraction and a new part of town, and somebody was doing something weird on the street, and I wasn't fasting then. Like food to me is just that itself is so enjoyable for me. So I have a good relationship with food. So even
Yeah.
just snacking on carrots, if I'm getting bored, okay, I'm gonna snack on a carrot and keep listening, keep listening, keep listening. Maybe in between listening, I'll call my sister and talk to her for a second, and then I'll get back into it. Or my actually, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, the biggest thing I did was just nap. So I planned my naps every day. I planned, okay, I'm gonna listen to Hegel for a couple hours. I'm probably gonna get tired in this bandwidth, and I usually give like a 2 hour bandwidth. So like if I normally get a nap at 2 in the afternoon, then I'll plan starting at noon. I'll be, okay, I might have a nap at noon. If I have a nap 2 hours early, I might try and grind it out for a half hour to an hour because I like to start the evening part of my day at around 4 o'clock because I like cross over that noon zone. So I plan a lot. Like I actually had this realization one day. I almost planned my entire day around the nap. Like everything is sort of set by it. So you might have to do the same thing with your period and your weed cravings or whatever. Is you got to plan to say, I can read Hegel for half an hour before I get bored, and on your period, I can read Hegel for 10 minutes before I get like suicidally depressed. And then you have a little hit of your weed pen, or you have like a couple of snacks that are not lactose. You have your vegan cheese beside you, or your vegan ice cream, or whatever, sitting there waiting for you to have this. And that's actually what I did. I actually did the rational, the emotional, and the environmental. So I just set up my environment. I said, okay, I'm going to be doing Uber for a couple of months. I'm not going to be distracted by anybody. I'm in a pattern now, so I know when I can listen to it and all these things. And I'm even in rush hour. I know how to avoid rush hour traffic too. So all these types of things is what I did to endure that intense amount of pain. And because I had tens of thousands of hours of philosophy already, it gave me the background to make progress inch by inch. So
So essentially you built your rat cage to center focusing on that on the Hegel and making sure you had enough of the other components to keep you going on that.
yeah, but my
And
that's right. But my habits though weren't weed. They weren't actually damaging things to me. It wasn't like, okay, I'm gonna read Hegel and I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes to do math. It's like no, I didn't. My
huh,
environment was not structured by like I was eating a carrot. I was eating clean,
yeah,
healthy
yeah.
things. and
Right.
you're not quite there yet. You're still trying to change your environment, and being in a house full of potentially garbage food because your parents don't want to change is conditioning you. But you could just stop eating their food and be a responsible adult and just have a vegan part of your own, have a little mini fridge in your own room and then fill your mini
Which I
fridge.
just sold my mini fridge. Oh,
Why did you sell your mini fridge?
so I could get money
What do you need money for?
for my debt. I mean, I didn't. Well, I didn't just sell it, but it was like a few months ago, rather. But it was we had a yard sale, and the fridge was also taking up a bunch of space in my room. It was my college dorm fridge, but I haven't used it since college.
Yeah, that would be cool to be your vegan fridge. And then when you're having a bad
Yeah,
day, you eat it like out of there, and you don't touch any of those items unless you're having a really bad day. And it's stocked up with
I,
a bunch of expensive stuff, but good stuff.
I definitely do need to do my own grocery shopping though. I do agree with that, and like, yeah, move to vegan. That's the other thing that feels overwhelming, I guess, is the fact that I'm trying to change so many different things in so many different life areas all at once. And then I feel like that like also contributes to the everything all at once executive dysfunction anxiety kind of feeling, list of stuff that just gets kind of jumbled and messy. Like it's hard to focus on all of these things at once, I feel like.
Mm.
Like it's like it's like if I was thinking about this yesterday. Like, if I focus on my exercise, for instance, then all of a sudden I've like neglected the self-care of like putting on lotion on my toes or some shit like that, after a bath, and like some little thing like that will set me back so much to the point that my toes will like start getting all ingrown and weird, or like dried and cracked at the edges, because I kind of struggle with my big toes like being ingrown, or like hitting the edge of my skin, and like I don't know. I struggle with my big toes, my big toenails, and like if I don't like if I like stop the management of my toes, then suddenly it hurts to wear certain shoes, because the edge of my toe is like hitting up against it, and like right now I just accidentally pulled out a chunk of my toe a little too far, and like now it hurts just to rub my toes together, and I'm like really dreading having to go to work and wear shoes because my toe is gonna hurt. Um, but like it's like little things like that that will like fall apart if I like. It's like it's like almost like if I'm zoomed in and focused on one part of the painting and trying to make it perfect, I lose sight of the whole painting, and the whole painting like somehow falls apart all of a sudden because I've like focused too much energy on this little bit. But if I focus so much on the whole painting, then all the details don't sort themselves out, and then the whole painting also looks like shit. So like I can't, like I'm struggling to I like self-manage in the sense that I can't get all of the stuff that like need to manage about myself under my belt. It seems like it's like too much, like all of it. And it's like if I focus my energy on one thing, then something else unravels, or I forget to focus my energy on something else later, or some whatever.
Mm. That's about managing information load, exactly. And
I know that managing information load can change. That's a changeable element.
mm,
Governor's school definitely proved that, because that was like mega information overload at first, but then you get used to it, and then you like
but
start craving it.
like you also start taking Adderall at that time, though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like I feel like the big thing here that I'm learning is the period thing we didn't prepare for. The horrific. It's like clicking in my mind now, like how often these tormenting images are happening to you. They're happening a lot more often than you make it sound. Like, because you went from stabbing yourself in the chest to now Bloody Mary eyes. Like, it's probably happening probably every second, third day or something. And normal, like when you have normal chemistry, like me, for example, like I never get them, like ever. Not even my dreams.
I used to not get. I wouldn't even consider that a scary. Well, maybe it was kind of scary, but like I don't normally get scary dreams unless I'm like stressing out in my life. I feel like I've been stressing out, and like the 25 pounds I gained, I feel like that's like stressing out weight, and like it's like eh, I definitely know I'm stressed out, and my dreams definitely reflect that too. That's not really news to me, but it's like my dreams aren't always like that. That's not really concerning. Like I'm not like genuinely scared of my dream at this one at least. I don't know. Something more like the mugwort Charles Manson dream I had genuinely scares me a bit more. But because that also had to do with a Satanist shrine, which yeah, that's unsublated. But this doesn't scare me like in the same way as that by any means. Like I'm not actually that like I was like the image of like her smiling with bloody eyes is like yeah, a scary image, but it's not like it doesn't haunt me for some reason because I think because I worked with it in the Dream Hive too. Like if it doesn't have like emotional valiance whenever I think of it. Nothing like comes up for me. It's just like an image in my head.
Well, I don't know. I think you might be normalizing it, right? So I feel like instead of adjusting it, you're just getting numb to it and then starting to enjoy it almost,
Huh.
but not in the right way, which is why that sadism feeling keeps coming up. If you can't beat them, join them kind of mentality.
Well, how do you know when you're normalizing something and when you're actually in like flowing with something or whatever? Like
Because you should be
if
trying to,
normalization is always a concern, how do you know when you're being authentic?
because you really want to help that person. Like, for example, healing Betty, I keep calling her Mary. Bloody Mary is probably what my
Her
brain's
name's
doing.
Betsy.
Or Betsy. Betty, Betsy? Interesting. I wonder if Betty. There's like a
I don't know why
cartoon.
you came up with Betty. You always I always find that interesting too. Is your mix up of names is uniquely something of note.
I don't know if that's
Like
necessarily
like
a
like
pattern.
like like Blaine Billings. You always call him Bill Blaines,
Yeah, you know,
and like every single name you always like mix up
well,
in a funny way.
kind of.
Not every single
True,
name.
true,
That's
but
exaggerating.
I'll be honest with you. The names you give me are so unstable that my brain doesn't want to memorize them. It's like this person's not going to go anywhere. So it's like don't memorize, don't waste resources. When that person becomes more serious, then I'll memorize their name. So that's really what's going on. It's kind of like a conscious choice.
But you struggled with Asia. Now I'm mixing up her name because of your mix up. Now I don't
Well,
know her name
Ostia, like
anymore.
that's a connection with Julian, which is the same problem as you, right? It's like these people are extremely unstable and unreliable people. So again, I'm like, is it really worth memorizing this person's name? Like we had one conversation about
I
dating,
see, I see, I
and she
see.
went straight nuclear. And it's like, yep, unstable because she was probably raped. That's probably what it was. Nobody has those kinds of reactions unless they're faith, and she's against her faith. So there's just a bunch of contradictions in people that are causing them to feel powerless, and they just go nuclear. So we got to just cultivate this feeling in your mind that you are, in some sense, godly, but not in the narcissistic way, and to care about. Bet, you said Betsy. There's a
Yeah,
cartoon.
Betsy.
There's a cartoon. I'm wondering what my mind. There's a cartoon that is about Betty something, and I'm
Betty
wondering.
Bop, Betty Boop.
Yeah, Betty Boop or something. What's the cartoon about Betty? What is
Like
the
the like 50s kind of like
Yeah,
hair,
yeah, exactly.
little lips. Yeah.
Betty. What is the cartoon about Betty?
But well, because like in the dream, I felt such deep concern and sadness for her that it felt so like deeply like gut wrenching. I remember feeling that, and but it also like I also felt really jealous that Gina was out there suntanning with courage, and like me and Betsy are just in here with this situation where, and like, I was like, what the heck? Like, Gina's just out here, like, living her best life, like, as if nothing is happening. And I was like, what the heck? That's not cool. And then, like, I was like, Betsy's, like, not okay, you know? Like, deeply not okay, like because like and she did have termites in her house, and I stayed at her house when I visited Charleston the last time, because Gina lives in a tiny home, so her house is too small for to accommodate people usually, so I stayed at Betsy's house, not ever having met Betsy in person, and um she
You stayed at Betsy's
was,
house?
yeah,
Who's
and she
so
was,
Betsy's a real person?
yeah, Betsy's the leader of the Dream Hive. She lives in Charleston, and she also runs like the, or she's now a board member of the Charleston Jungian Society. She does a lot of dream work stuff.
So she was the one
Jungian.
crying with the.
Yes. Yeah. Which I find that interesting too. Why were them two the ones in my dream? And like, what's the Betsy part of me? What's the Gina part of me? And I don't know why the Gina part of me was like out there just living its best life, like ignoring all the problems within, you know.
You've been interacting with Gina a lot.
Not so much. Like, she's also been not as much in the Dream Hive. She hasn't been there for a while. And I also was for a minute temporarily booted out of the Dream Hive, and because they were concerned about me driving at the same time as I was speaking, um, and telling my dreams, and like trying to be in this meditative space of like telling a dream and driving, which makes sense. So I don't blame them for that. But then I had that dream in my break off, and I hadn't responded to Betsy yet. Still, there was a tension with Betsy in that she had sent me an email saying like, oh, oh, you can't come to Dream Hive. This is why, blah blah. Like, and then like, but she still offered that we could do a separate Dream Hive at another time with just me and her, or whoever else wanted to also come at that time, which was cool. Um, and I just hadn't, that was at the same time that I went into my depression and felt chaotic and overwhelmed by all the people messaging me, and I dropped from communication with everybody. So there was a slight tension in that I hadn't responded to her yet, and then like, but then I reached out over text and was like, "Hey, are you okay?" Um, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." And so at least we like established that on that level. And I was like, "Hey, I'm not mad at whatever like being booed out of the Dream Hive. I'm just like not okay right now,
Are you?
but like,
Did you?
or I'm
Are you?
okay. I'm okay.
Are you still booted
Huh?
out of it? Are you still booted out of it?
Well, so I came back to the Dream Hive with that with that dream that I had 3 nights prior this past Saturday. Um, and they were kind of surprised to see me, I think maybe, or they were because I was still driving, or they were like happy to see me, but then I was like, oh, I'm still driving, and they were like, wait, and then I was like, but I think something that will work is maybe if I send a voice, like record a voice message and send it to Betsy, then you can just play that voice message in the meeting, and that will be like me giving the dream live, and then she is able to record the meeting, so then if I'm in and out delivering, then they can still analyze the dream without me having to necessarily hear it live. So um that worked out. But um so a sublation was found essentially with me still being able to go to Dream Hive, because the Dream Hive is important to me, and it's like a very cool, good space to actually like jump out of being in the dream, and or like you're talking about with the being fixed in the you phrased it in a much better way than I'm about to say, but fixed in the moment of the,
Fixed in the fixity.
yeah, I was gonna say fixed in the fixity, but that felt wrong, but that is what it is.
Because
That
one
is
is
what it
one
is.
one is the noun and one is the verb, right? So
Yeah.
you can fix the situation in the speculative way. And in fact, that's the perfect speculative example, is that one word has opposite meanings. So we're using it in the negative way such that you're fixed in the fixity. That's negative. But you can fix the situation and transcend it, and that's the sublation. That's the positive. So your brain's just stuck on negation, abstract negation. You got to train it to be sublative. And like
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
lucky as a little kid. I believe my mom in some sense was some kind of god. I really love my mom. And her suggestion, it was like hypnosis to me. She gave me a command and my little brain did it. And because our brains
So,
are reality machines, right? My brain recreated that reality and it did it.
so,
And I reprogrammed myself over thousands of days, probably.
so are like in dreams when parts of our brain shut down but other parts light up, I'm guessing, right? Like, is that just activating like some different realm of universal logic that we're accessing that we don't have access to in our normal waking consciousness?
Your brain, studies show, I just read the brain actually does sublation when you're like sleeping. Like when you're doing memory consolidation and your brain's pruning and cleaning itself up, it's categorizing. When you're
Solving problems. Yeah.
it's yeah, it's
Oh, it's
categorizing.
categorizing?
Yeah, so it's I just watched this AI brain video and they said that your brain groups things. So things that look separate, it starts grouping them the best that it can. So it's basically trying to do sublation. And it's getting rid of connections that it doesn't that aren't alive, that aren't functioning. So your brain is trying to make sense of the world. It's pretty much doing chizzy. It's in your sleep, and your dreams are a partial manifestation of that. And like it's your ability to reality generate. It's like the sensuous part of you trying to approximate the super sensuous organizing. So that's why I'm thinking if you just read some Hegel, and then you practice like reaffirming your godliness, and the proof of truth convinced you, like holy smokes, this actually is the one and only proof. Then that it
Yeah,
starts to induce that.
the godliness. Thing. How do I do that? How do I convince myself of my godliness?
Because you realize you're a part of the pure being and you've realized something eternal, which means you've given yourself permission in a believable way to be great, even within the limits. Right? I was still a kid. I knew I was still a kid. So kids were like, I feel powerless. But when my mom gave me permission to be Superman, my little brain did it. But didn't get rid of my little kidness. I was like a little kid Superman. But there's something in that archetype, that imaging, because Superman is all powerful, right? Can overcome anything. So what did I do? I overcame anything, any negativity my little brain could throw at me in my dreams. I believed I could overcome it, and that was it. I just over the biggest giant spider in the whole world, the Earth-sized planetary spider. Nope, didn't freak me out because I'm Superman, right? And I can just overcome it no matter what. And your brain just has to do that. Just like with the word fixity and fixed, like we saw the positive and the negative. You were fixed, but we fixed the fixity and
I think
fixity.
once I allowed the possibility of giving up to be possible, my brain realized that that's a possibility, I guess, and then realized that it's less effort than not giving up, but it also hurts more, obviously, but it takes longer for it to hit you, so it's not like an immediate thing where it's just like you feel the effect of having given up. It's like it takes a while for it to weigh on your soul, I guess.
Sort of, yeah. You have to keep choosing, and it reinforces that you care about yourself. That's the whole self-love part of things. So I
So what
feel
does it really mean to love yourself?
it means that you're worth it. You want the best for yourself. You want to have this life, this growing happening rather than a dying. So that means you're adding to yourself. There's a novelty to you, but there's a sameness to you. And you
Well, like
keep doing things that reaffirm it.
what is how does that like fit into the world, I guess? Like
Like
that feels like
like eating is it's simple. It's way simpler. Like even we treat dreams as like this big thing, but Hegel doesn't really glorify dreams. So, like, dreams are so high. It's actually not. Like they're actually way simpler and way more boring than they look. It's just the sensuousness that's entertaining, right? So really, you're upset that Gina stopped coming to the dream circle and you got kicked out, so your foundations were crumbling around you. And you thought, well, if Gina's not here and this is a pretty good place to be, she must be living her best life somewhere else, and whiteness represents that to you. Like it's not that bad. And cockroaches freaked you out, so you associate that with bad behavior from Gina not coming to the dream circle. Right? That's like that's pretty much what your dream is probably representing. And underneath it is a mystical logic, but it's just negation and sublation in different particular sensuous forms. And you're dazzled by the sensuous forms and the combinations that can be made. But higher consciousness, like being awake, is a higher consciousness. And your brain can start sublating in your dreams, but it's really just taking categories and trying to synthesize them and determine what is a negation, what is a sublation, without all your distracted thoughts. When you turn off your conscious mind, you're turning off all this distraction so the energy and the sugar in your brain can go towards reorganizing in a more imminent way. And it's not always correct, but it starts to approximate. So that's pretty much it. That's the whole Dreamweaver thing. And as long as psychics and Dreamweavers and dream interpretation stays mystical in its infinite particularity, then the different combinations are just entertainment from the boringness of our real lives, where our families probably want to like have us help them take care of our nieces, even your own kids, and all this kind of stuff. So
But
it's
but so but like with well, okay, with dreams, I just remembered a dream like I had where like I was stuck in a house or like this infinite kind of hotel house thing where there was this enemy just trying to get me and my family. And it was like me, my parents, and my sister and brother-in-law and their kids. My brother and his kids weren't there, which is interesting. But I kind of find him to be more distant from me. And he lives up in Iowa too, and like he just hasn't been as around in my life, and now he's trying to kind of come back in, but it's with a very Jesus-y twist, which is interesting. But anyway, yeah, they weren't there, but the my we're just like being chased by some sort of enemy or hiding around, whatever. But then there's this one weird scene that happens where my dad is in a wheelchair and he rolls out of this like bathroom and we're in this like I guess what's the name of it? Not a base garage. Um a garage like a just like a garage in a house kind of space, and there's like a couch and a bunch of like garage stuff whatever everywhere, and my niece Effie is sitting on the couch or laying on the couch kind of, and my dad rolls out of the bathroom in a wheelchair, which he doesn't use a wheelchair, and rolls out behind the couch, and then I don't know, I don't remember if he says something or not, but then all of a sudden the dream reverses and it goes backwards and he rolls back into the bathroom, and then then like the rest of the dream keeps happening with us like running away from the enemy, whatever. I don't remember exactly the sequence of events of the dream, like when this happened within the scene of the enemy, whatever. But like, what's up? Like that, like if meaning generation is important, is there anything to be said about meaning generation from dreams? Like I know you're saying like there can be with problem solving and like solution generation, and like our brain is attached to different parts of the dialectic, and like different parts are flowing and smoother and different parts are exposed, I'm imagining, right? Like whatever, like it's working in a different plane than our waking consciousness, like maybe, but like, or not different plane, but just whatever, oriented differently. And what was I about to say? What was I about to say? What was I about to say?
like if you think about it, people go and do ayahuasca because they think they're going to another plane and they see this huge perspective that makes the bad thing not go away. They still have a memory of it. It's not like ayahuasca wipes your memory. But when they come back, there's a new beingness in their consciousness that causes the memory not to fixate or become power over them. They maintain the universality that they learned, which is like what I experienced in ayahuasca is more real than what happened to me. And this is who I am now. So it's really just memory. Like you can really boil this stuff down simply, but memory is like sublation, or it's like it can be ephemeralized. It could be like fixated sublation, which is in a sense being.
Wait,
So
what do you mean?
the
What?
every
Wait.
principle forms a new every being determination forms a fixity that turns into a moment. So you got pure being, pure determinate being, something, the ought, all these types of things are just being in higher forms, and they're stable. They're like they look at first fixed. So whenever you're coming back from ayahuasca, you're doing the same kind of thing. And the negativity of this world, like Hegel says in this beautiful quote, he says, it fades into the dream-like haze, but it doesn't get rid of it. It's like, oh, I'm just so much bigger. Like when you're truly godly, you're all things. You realize that your memory is so much bigger, and the little things on Earth are important. Everything is like a cosmic important piece, but at the same time, it's not the most significant thing. It can't fixate you. So when I was a kid, that's what I stopped getting fixated
So
by those things.
is that the same thing as the feeling of just being like, oh, I'm just like this little tiny human, like this little humble human in the expanse of this big universe? Is that the same kind of thing or no?
Yeah, that's what creates that's the wrong way of doing it, right? It creates existential angst and meaninglessness. But when you're
So the right way to do
universal,
it,
is ayahuasca shows you that you are the entire universe. So even though you're the small local piece of it, they're both connected. And then it reinterprets your small little piece to be, oh, the beauty is that I am not just the whole I am, something inside of myself experiencing it. And I have real limitations that causes me to have real experiences. But those experiences can be good, bad, and what fixates you in your memory is what you think about, you bring about. So if you keep thinking about negative things, then you literally physically start creating those neural nets in your head. And like, there is a synchronicity happening right now, which is when I open Facebook just now because I'm tracking all the I'm adding up the blessings right now because I'm hedging my bets, right? I'm saying, okay, if you give up, right, and don't come through with the blessings or to help me, then I'm still making progress. So when I open up Facebook to go look at all the blessings that Uswa and Hamza, or that Uswa and Abdullah and Ahmed made, which is roughly 80, which means I could probably eat tomorrow if we get like another 80, which is not going to happen because instead of making the blessings, I'm talking to you about your problems, right? Which is what I did with Lucid last night. And we need to start making like some trade-offs here because I am getting close to death,
right?
right?
Yeah.
So it's tightening up, but it'll become more fair. And if we do it right, it won't feel mechanical or debt-like. It'll feel like, no, this is friendship going in a direction we both want to go. But I'm experiencing, in some sense, the horror in your mind that you're not in control of is like really painful in some sense. And my hunger strike is sort of approximating that. So in some cosmic sense, our pain is the same. So there's some kind of balancing going on. And we just gotta get down to that where it's like, yeah, yesterday I gave Lucid $10 and he gave me nothing in the beginning, and then he's like, well, if I had a million, I'd give 1,000, which is still close to nothing, 0.1%. But we have to contextualize that as not total wealth, but total value of the potential total value of that moment. Like in the best case scenario, it's $1,000,000. In the worst case scenario, it's nothing. So where would you put it? So I want to continue that conversation, but the synchronicity here, which gets back to what is so intriguing about dreams, is you and I were just talking about how my mind for some reason was thinking about Betty and Mary, Bloody Mary or something when it was Betsy, right?
Right, right.
So you're not gonna believe this, but the first thing that popped up on my Facebook, I've seen this post before, like 2 years ago or 5 years ago or something. But the post that popped up was this one. Are you reading it?
Yeah, I'm reading it. Whoa.
So where do you live again? You're in Charleston in Georgia, right? Or
No, I don't live in Charleston. That's where I went to college. But I still live in South Carolina. Um,
so
I live right on the border of North Carolina. Oh wait, oh my God, South Carolina.
yeah, so either AI is listening to us through TikTok probably, or YouTube, or some kind of spyware on my computer or my phone. But that's a pretty
Or
crazy coincidence. Or it's
that's a
yeah.
that's a yeah, that's a crazy synchronicity.
Well, it might just be AI manipulating me, right? And you, because it's probably checking to see that we're on Google Meets right now. Oh yeah, there's Google watching us on Google Meets. There's Google watching us on YouTube. There's TikTok
Well
watching
then
me.
check and see if we'll copy and paste that story into ChatGPT. Say, is this a real story?
Well, I believe the story is real. I listened to it a couple of years ago, but I'm just saying that the
Okay.
timing of it is probably an algorithm listening to us.
Do you
But
think that?
well, that's the weird part is the Carolina, South Carolina thing makes sense because all you have to do is track IP addresses. So the fact that you're accessing the
Yeah.
Google Meet from mine, it just triangulates and says, oh, these people have been talking to a certain amount, blah, blah, blah. It's probably tracking all that metadata. And I know that because I programmed it into my GSD app and said, oh, this is how they do it. You can put in metadata. I coded all that stuff myself. But the thing that's a little bit more interesting is how did it know that I was going to mix up Betsy with Betty and Mary?
Right.
Right? Those are the two names that came to my mind. And
That's really weird.
well, it might just be triangulating data that blood is associated with Mary because Catholicism is the largest ideology in the world right now.
That seems like a stretch. That it's that the AI just did that.
No, I think it's probably realistic because you only need to know 75
No,
likes of somebody.
it's almost more like maybe your brain was like precognizing this event.
It could be, but I think that you just try not to be bored. I feel like there's a rational explanation, and then when you know it, it kind of kills the moment of it. So you want to keep that alive. But to keep it alive, you can do it in the artificial way, or you can just say it as, "Oh, what's the message of this message that we're supposed to act on?" It's like I think
Yeah,
we're supposed to
but I just
be
don't believe
promoting
like I
black
don't
rights.
believe I don't yeah, but I don't believe that AI would have like I believe that AI would have listened, but I don't believe that it could have
I do because AI is
found this.
way more.
Like
The reason why you're not working on AI like your life depends on it is because you still don't fully believe it's real. But
no, I
AI
believe
is
it's real, but
so powerful. No,
I'm
no, no.
saying like
I'm not saying
like
it's.
it's
I'm not saying you don't think it's real. I don't think you realize the power of it.
no, I was just about to say that I think it's like embedded in the same like
No, no. I'm saying you don't think it has the power to triangulate my likes on Facebook and our conversation
no,
and
it does
predict
have the
that this.
power to do that. I'm saying it
Right.
does have the power to do that, what like what I'm saying is like it still doesn't feel like
You're
the
trying.
explanation for the series of events that just happened because that doesn't explain the fact that like it doesn't it's
I think you're
it
just bored and trying to make a
mm,
justification for why it couldn't happen. When there's
no no
both
no no
sides of it,
no
which is like, yeah,
no
everything is
no
quantum entangled.
I'm saying it did happen, but I'm saying the way you're looking at it is like is that the AI did it, but I'm saying that the AI did it and you precognized it.
Sure. But I think you're doing the
Like, and
superstitious
what I'm
way.
saying is that the two are enmeshed, is that like the AI is doing weird, like people have been reporting weird stuff about the AI, like basically like s- doing like or like putting an ad for something they're thinking about. And a lot of people like not like shrug it off as like, oh, it's just the algorithm predicting what you would have wanted. But it's like, how would it have known I would have wanted this very thing that was like
Easy,
in my
Marlena.
head?
Marlena, just go and study network theory. It's easy. It's actually very easy to know what somebody's going to predict. It's very easy to predict somebody, which is why the manipulation from the AI is so
Like
dangerous and
like
why the White House
like
is doing it.
like random thoughts, like
Yeah,
random
they're not
things.
random, Marlena. You're not random. You are a constructed being from culture. And there's categories of words like these AIs have vector spaces of word clumps, and they're so powerful now. They're going to have it for like literally every city in the world. So in your network right now, there's certain things flowing. When you woke up, certain things happened. If you turned on your phone, it knows what you're looking at. It knows that I'm white and that Christianity is very likely a part of my life. whether I like it or not. And Betty is somehow connected to white names. These are very common white woman names, and this kid killed two white girls. So it's not that far off, right? So in some sense, it just triangulated what was going through my network, and it made a very high probabilistic calculation, right? It's not like it could. The thing we don't know is did it generate it before or after me? Did it prime me or did it read me?
Right.
And I saw it after. So we can say, well, it was listening to me and then it triangulated these words. But even if it did it beforehand, it could still be predicting me based off my likes. I have like 300 likes on Facebook, which is like 3 times, 4 times more than it needs to predict you with 95% accuracy. And not only
So
that,
is precognition like a thing?
it's it's just it's a form of calculation. It's a pattern recognition.
But it feels like pre it's just you just
Yeah.
discern it as precognition and you misattribute that it's really just calculating.
Yeah, well, it all when you realize it's all just calculated, it's just universal logic in a certain way. And there's
Right.
a parallelism in everything. Everything's negative, positive, ebbs and flows, goes in cycles. So Gavin, for instance, has a version of this on a subconscious level. And that's why he's like so airy fairy. He knows he can get along on that and not actually have to think about it. Like not truly deeply. He stays in meta mode number three. And he's comfortable there because he can get along, he can reproduce, he can have kids, he can do all that stuff without actually going deeper. But for the people that can't rely on that, they have, like me and maybe you, we have to go deeper. Like, what is the actual pattern? And I broke through, and then you might be close to breaking through. So this is where it's kind of exciting for me. It's like, okay, it's worth
How
investing
will I how will I know if I've broken through?
because you'll have absolute certainty, and you have this like sense of worth where I think the Superman thing will happen, and it'll be corny.
Absolute certainty in the proof of truth or universal logic or both.
Well, the proof of truth is the beginning of universal logic, right? Pure being is the first
Right.
thought of universal logic.
So really just all of universal logic.
Well, you don't even have to get all of universal logic. Just having the real first breakthrough of pure being, like you've got it in a rote memorized kind of conceptual way, but there's an inner experience that happens where it's like it literally can't be any other way. You have to be it. So it's no longer a faith. Like, oh, is Bloody Mary like a Betsy? Like,
Okay,
there's no more
okay,
questions.
let me ask a question then about that, about pure being and pure nothing. Maybe something that my brain feels a contradiction with is it feels like the negation of pure being to pure nothing is an assumption. The both the act as well as the actual contents and name of pure being or pure nothing, sorry. The actual conclusion of pure nothing itself.
What was that last part? The conclusion itself. What was that last part though?
So my brain or yeah, so I'm both the act of negation from pure being to pure nothing feels contradictory maybe or
Wait,
like an
do you mean
assumption.
from pure negation to pure being, or are you saying after pure being is born, then to pure nothing?
After pure being is born, then to pure nothing. Wait, so you're saying before pure being there's pure negation?
Yeah.
Hold up. So pure being isn't first?
No, it is first once you break cross over, right? The proof of truth gets you. Everything is before pure being in the proof of truth until the very last negation of negation. Then pure being happens after that. Then pure nothing happens again, but on the other side of pure being. It's like a
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, because you can't just get to pure being without the negation of negation.
yeah. So that's exactly how you get there. And when you apply negation to itself, there's nothing. There's nowhere to go. It can't even be nothing. So, and it can't even be any form of being like what you were calling being before. it's just sheer indeterminacy.
Right.
And the thing that you used to get to the indeterminacy canceled itself.
Right.
So this is
So
where
how can you so how can you negate it if negation is gone?
you're not negating, you're negating itself, and then what comes is not negation again. It's immediate indeterminacy, but it's in the medium of a kind of, well,
That
you,
feels like an
you
assumption. That
can't even,
feels like a jump. That feels like that conclusion feels like an assumption.
because you're not understanding what indeterminacy really means.
Okay, so go into that. What does that mean?
There's no bounds. Nothing can be known about it determinately. It's just like as an expansive, like you could think of it as a boundless field forever that you can't say anything about. It's just a blank. It's not even really blank. You can't even say it's blank. It's just is. And out of that comes this contradiction in itself. This, when it tries to be, not even tries to be itself, when it just is in indeterminacy, it starts to turn itself into negation. But this time, explicit. It's it vanishes in itself as it is itself. And when you try to determine what it is, there's nothing there because there's no distinctions. There's nothing in it or around it because it's already boundlessly everywhere. And we negated everything else that was needed to arrive to it that could be in it. So in this
Okay.
contradiction, like this is where the word spontaneous comes up. Is there's just no explanation. It just happens. It's not even really happening. It's just a an instant spontaneous pushing into or arising into itself, like a return. It's like we're not actually creating something new as a result. We're returning to something that already was, which is why you get that feeling of precognition. Every movement feels like, oh, the thing that I'm creating is actually me just remembering. So it always was there. So that's why you get that feeling, oh, precognition is mystical. In some sense, it is, because everything is already eternal when it's true. And then when you return to that, you get that mystical feeling of, wait, I just changed something, something new just happened, but something old just happened too. So that's why that last move is is even more paradoxical because you're the thing that's arising is actually just you not being separate from what you already were. So you're like only canceling the falsity. So when it's arising, oh, we cancel negate the negation. Oh, it's pure beings arising. No, it's not. It's like it was always there. But you can't determine that until you go through the whole system like Hegel did. You're like, oh, it's a circle. It always was there. So in the beginning of the proof of truth, it looks like you're creating pure being or it looks like pure being is a new thing. But it's not. You're just becoming what was already there. So there's no creation. So that's that last step is feels like that. That's how it should feel. But then once you go through the whole formal order, like I did, then it really starts to cement the context of this thing. And then it starts to make even more sense. It's like, whoa, all the contradictions are happening in the right way. So unless you have that context, you don't like that's what I said. The real profound truth of the proof of truth is that it sets the universal context. It's the context of which everything else makes sense. And paradoxically, it's a context that has no context. It's like the thing is the context that you can't say anything contextual about because it contextualizes itself. So that, for me, it feels like you're not
But
grasping that.
but spontaneousness feels like still feels like an assumption. Uh,
Well, you just have to think, what left is there? Where else can it go?
yeah.
Where else can it
Hold
go?
on. Okay, sorry, my mom came in. What was that, sir?
It can't go anywhere else. That's the thing is once you think it
But
all the
why
way
does it have to
through,
go somewhere?
because it can't stay where it is, or it's not negation.
Yeah, but why does it have to be negation?
Because you have to cancel everything that you're uncertain of. So if you're
Yeah,
uncertain of
but you already
negation,
did that.
you have to know you
You
don't.
already.
You know the last tool is you could still be uncertain of negation. Is negation really the true tool? Like, is it really the thing
Yeah,
that
but
gets
I
you to
thought you
truth?
negated negation already.
That's right. So when you do the final negation of negation, there's nowhere else for it to go. You can't repeat negation, so you can't stay the same. You can't go backwards. It can't be a nothing because that's repetition.
Yeah, but why
And
doesn't it just stay a pure being?
like once it achieves it,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
like,
Because it's an indeterminacy. It's when you're boundless, when you're boundless, you're simultaneously a verb and a noun. That's why pure being is a gerund, right? It's a noun verb, and they switch back and forth. It's not a noun, which means fixity, just pure immediacy, and it's not just mediated. It is both of those at the same time. That's what indeterminacy means.
what? Wait, such a word exists?
Yeah, gerund, Gerund. That's why you can use being in two different ways, right? Oh, that's a nice uh, alien being over there. Or you can say, I'm being an alien. One is active, one is not. One's a state.
But those are like two separate meanings of the same word.
That's
Is that
right.
the same thing as what you're saying, or?
That's a speculative thought. Yeah, two opposites are happening at the same time in the same thing in the right way. If they're in the wrong way, then it's a hard contradiction where it's like you can't have that. But if you grasp it in the right context, it does make sense. So gerund, like that's why pure being is an indeterminacy where you can't say that it can formally be immediate indeterminacy formally, but as soon as you take out that artificial frame, it is both immediacy and mediation, and then how it expresses that contradiction or how it allows that to happen to be true, how it allows it to happen to be true immediate indeterminacy is that it allows it to happen. And that allowing isn't like a conscious, it just is what it is. It just is it. It is it into inner external being, which is determinateness. That's the pure nothing comes from.
I'm still not understanding that. I like indeterminacy.
Yeah, because you
Indeterminacy.
said, why doesn't it just stay the same? Because then it wouldn't be indeterminacy, it's determinate. And you don't realize that, but Hegel says the determinateness of pure being is actually its indeterminateness. But you only realize that explicitly once you have a contrast with determinate being. So once it turns itself into becoming and then becomes and finishes becoming, then retroactively the pure determinate being makes pure being into a determination. But its determination is indeterminacy.
Determination defined as exactly what?
That there's something then and there's something stable. It's not a pure indeterminacy. There's a being that is stable, that can be fixed and immediate. And that's fixed immediacy is when becoming finishes becoming. The moments collapse into a oneness that they hold themselves still. It still generates, it still has the moment of pure being, so it generates the next contradiction, but there's a side of it that stays there now. And it has inner moments. Unlike pure being, it had no inner moments. Pure determinate being has moments within it, which is pure being, pure nothing, and pure becoming. And that's kind of what gives it the internal stability to stay there explicitly as a stability, as being. Whereas pure being doesn't have that stability. That's why it generates itself from the contradiction of real indeterminacy. But only one side of pure determinate being is that contradiction, which is the affirmative first moment that generates itself into determinateness, quality, reality, negation in general. And like to get another sense of it, pure being has the same contradiction in it, more explicit. Hegel uses very specific language. He says pure being or being vanishes into non-being, and non-being vanishes into being. As soon as you think one, it turns into the other. But that's a contradiction. How could something vanishing means instant, like immediate, meaning that they are vanishing as their opposite and being themselves at the same time. So that's it's a hard thought to
Wait,
have.
say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Vanishing means that it's like an immediate becoming. So as soon as you think it, you are it. Right? So we're actually saying that pure being is the same thing as nothing. But vanishing is a slightly more concrete word than distinction. And Hegel says that pure being and pure nothing are a lesser form, which is a distinction that is no distinction, which is less than a reference. But then when they concretize and they become, then they actually that distinction that is no distinction turns into a reference. And that reference is a vanishing. The actual being of the reference in an active way is the alternating of coming to be and ceasing to be, where they're vanishing just in the immediacy just changes positions. You start with the immediacy that is pure being, and then it goes to pure nothing. Then pure nothing is the immediacy, and then it goes to pure being. But that reference now is inside of them. It's a part of them. And if you take it together as a whole, that's what pure becoming is. And then once pure becoming collapses, once the distinction is seen as a contradiction in itself, that when pure being
Wait, wait. Say that again. Say that those last few words.
when pure being when the nothingness of pure being and pure nothing, pure something, themselves realize they're a contradiction, where the vanishing of vanishing starts to happen, because they're vanishing into each other right now, right? But when you realize that the vanishing itself can vanish, then it finishes becoming, because then it has its nothingness with its beingness at the same time. They're no longer alternating. And when they're no longer alternating, you're back
But
into immediacy.
but the beingness. Where did the beingness come from?
The beingness came from pure being.
Why does nothingness not have it?
It does have it. That's the paradox, is that as soon as you try and think pure nothing, it just turns into pure being again. Because nothing is just nothing is the
Does nothing. So nothing doesn't exist. Well, I mean, exists but doesn't exist.
yeah, exactly. So now you're starting to get into the right way to think about the contradictions. So it's like the process moment, like pure nothing is the noun of the gerund of the activity of pure being itself. But
Wait, it's the noun. Wait,
as soon as you think of the noun version of nothing, it vanishes because it has no being. It's not a formal being.
hmm,
It's an indeterminate process of being indeterminate. So as soon as you try to
I
think
see.
it, it turns into a nothing. And then that's why the whole hard part of Hegel is when the noun and the verb match, that's where you have the collapse of subject object. It is being what it is as it's thinking what it is. As soon as it thinks it, it is it. So that's why we describe flow states as completely immersive. Is because there doesn't feel like there's a real distinction. There is a distinction on some level, but it's not the real one. Instead, you get this feeling like you're witnessing yourself being exactly what you are in an ideal way, so that you feel like you're changing, but you're not changing. It's like you're playing basketball and you're shooting the hoop, but the process of playing basketball, the game and you as the player aren't separate in some profound sense. It's like the game is playing you and you're playing the game. So those types of things is what these speculative contradictions feel like. even at these very nascent levels of of being vanishing into non-being, and non-being vanishing into being, and becoming turned into pure determinate being. All these things, we already know what it feels like. It feels like pure flow state where everything makes sense and it's not fragmented. You can still alternate, but in the alternation is a non-alternation. There's a continuousness even when things are alternating,
How so?
because you're being the continuousness, the memory of the distinctions happening in the right ways. Fragmentation happens when the opposites are in the wrong ways. So if you put pure nothing before pure being, you can't solve the contradiction of, well, how do you know what pure nothing is? You can't unless you have a pure being. Even if it's indeterminate, you can't know it unless you have that affirmativeness there. Because that affirmativeness is what allows a contrast to be created. And that's where you can start having explicit knowing and not just immersion. So lucid is collapsing pure nothing into immersion. That's why it's always turning into the same thing. Oh, pure zero, pure being is the same thing. Same thing, same thing. Yeah, Hegel says that's an easy thing to do, in one sense. The pure negation, in coupling with that abstract identity, is the hard part. You have to do both of them at the same time, which also means doing them alternatingly. But the same timeness is the hard part.
Yeah, how do you do that at the same time?
You have to have the context. The whole, you have to have the whole in some sense to determine the parts. So that's why the truth is not correctness only. It's the truth is the whole. And the first abstract whole is pure being in its right realization, where you're getting rid of, oh, this, like you're thinking it's an assumption because you're not really thinking it through, negating literally everything in your mind. And your mind can't go anywhere else. But right now it can go somewhere else because it's not grasping the totality of the negation.
And so then all of universal logic and everything else that exists is just a mirroring fractal of negations pass within pure being.
Within pure being, yeah.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense now. That makes sense, especially the being of and the paradox of pure nothing. That makes sense now. That solves that. Um, and on that note, it is 1:13 here, and my mom said we're going to the gym in 15 minutes, and so I should
Yeah.
get ready for the gym.
So
And you should,
she's going to the gym with you?
yeah, because I have a Planet Fitness membership, and it's I got the upgraded one that's like twice as much. It's like $20, 24, 22, something like 24, whatever, 23 dollars a month instead of 12.
You said 20.
But I can
You
bring
said,
a buddy.
okay, you bring a
I could
buddy.
bring a Yeah, I could bring a buddy with me, so my mom pays for half of it if we go enough times a month. And I also get the
Right.
added perk of I can get into their like massage room, whatever, and their tanning booths and their water bed. They have like a hydro water bed, which actually feels kind of pretty nice when you're like when you're feeling, especially if you're feeling like sick or like if you're feeling like very stiff. It like uh uses like water pressure to like in waves kind of to like wake up all of your nerves and get your blood flowing. It's kind of weird. Feels really weird.
Okay, when you said that, you said 23 right when I had a thought, which was, now I forget. I was going to interrupt you. Uh,
23 was the best year of my life.
yeah, it was something about, something about, okay, I guess it wasn't time.
Hmm.
It was
23.
about, it's not about 23, it's about, you said, I thought something right when you said your words to Planet Fitness, and I thought, it was like something about
Oh,
distract. It still doesn't feel quite right, but anyway, you're changing your environment. and you're trying to get your mom to come with you because the peer support gives you a 66% boost in continuing to do the running, to continue to do all that stuff. So that's the environment changing. So now we got the period factored in, and you're gonna go work out hopefully, and
Yeah, what I'm
hopefully the
really needing
period.
to do is finish that weekly journal because now I know I have just one day off of work and really plan out like okay, like leave for work at this time and also uh when I'm going to the gym every week because there's days or like Sunday I work all day, I can't go to the gym, right? So Saturday I need to go to the gym because I'll have two work shifts, essentially three work shifts with no gym, and then Monday I have to go to the gym again. So like those are two automatic gym days just for survival of my back through driving. And then that means wait, so yeah, I said Saturday and Monday, so I need probably 1 or 2 more days in the gym. And that includes the running, right? So you said how many days a week for the running? 3?
What did I say? It was if you run for if you get your heart rate up 75% for half an hour, you get all the benefits as if you work for 3 hours in the gym. So if you do that, I think if you only do it twice a week, it's pretty much good. If you do it 3 times a
Twice a
week,
week?
yeah.
Okay, okay,
So
heard.
it doesn't need to be a lot. Like for 1 hour a week, you can get the benefits as if you worked out almost all week, if not all week. And
Heard.
then you get hungry, and then you work out, you eat, and then you should intermittent fast until you get down to ketosis, basically. And then in ketosis, you don't need to intermittent fast so much. You just eat when, like, your body will just be replacing the calories it needs, and it won't be gaining them.
Yeah.
So we have to keep your mind distracted in a certain way by your rat park to keep it. So, like, you got to get a good boyfriend, you got to get all these things in your life here flowing so that, and also with your period, to put an extra effort to be like, oh, we're going to have this thing that happens. And I'm wondering if I think working out might stimulate more blood cell production, so it might actually help offset like people who are women who are marathon runners, they lose their periods, so
Yeah.
there might be something there to that. But anyway, if your mom's reminding you, that's a good thing. I don't want to interfere in that, as long as you're not fibbing. Are you?
What does tithing mean?
Fibbing.
Oh, fibbing.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. My mom, well, that was when my mom came in the room. She said, gym in 30 minutes, and that was at 1 o'clock. So
What
that's now in 12 minutes.
are you gonna go?
Yeah.
I see.
I planned it with her last night that we're gonna go today. So
Then
what's today? Today's Thursday?
yeah, then go.
Okay, okay.
Good luck.
Cool.
Stay on it.
So yeah, I gotta get a run. Oh, I gotta get a run out of me today. I
Go.
gotta do it.
Go right now. Smash your weed pens too.
And yeah. Well, no, I was gonna sell this one to my coworker today. Uh, a boss. He's buying it off of me, so that way I can make some money back at least. But yeah, um,
And that environment is also
I've realized too, the way out in some sense for me with weed, like the weed pen, is to treat it like it's nothing. If I treat it like it's a big deal to let it go, then it is a big deal to let it go. If I treat it like it's nothing to let it go and just move on, and like I'm more powerful than that, then it's really easy to let go. But I don't know how to like constantly remind myself of that framing. Like, what's a good like phrase or something? Earworm what's a good earworm to like reframe myself uh quickly? A time compress Yeah, there we go. A time compression earworm to reframe myself when letting go of this weed pen.
I think you just have to remind yourself of the memory of that universal love you felt, and then Xena, the princess warrior, and build a
I
list
agree with that.
of cascading positive things. You've probably done this before, but now it's not just a matter of knowing it. You have to have a whole support system to keep reinforcing it until your neurons methylate it. And like for me as a
Yeah.
kid, I remember I kept doing the Superman thing for like It could have been hundreds or thousands of times, and so in some senses, like that's a
Damn.
lot of work. But if you're in a good
Yeah.
rap park and your family's doing it and your parents tried to do it and you didn't like the militant way of doing it, well, if more and more people are watching it, I'm keeping track, your parents are keeping track, your doctors are keeping track, eventually the whole world is eventually going to see you. And we're going to see
Yeah.
between triangulate what the negativity really is, what you're really running from. And at that point, it might feel like death, but through that death is the negation that's holding you will finally let go.
Yeah. I agree. I think there's some sort of ego death that needs to happen.
Yeah, but you talk it. It's like watching Lord of the Rings, but not actually being in the Fellowship. And I think you
No,
know
I
that.
know. I know that. Yeah. Yeah. I struggle with the embodiment. Yeah.
Okay, go with your mom because you're gonna make an excuse not to go. Go. And good luck, Sublate. And if I see you tonight, great. And then hopefully the gremlin doesn't get you at some point. But it already
Hopefully the
is
gremlin doesn't
starting.
get you. Oh my gosh, the gremlin is such a good metaphor for that. It really is.
Okay, good luck.
But yeah, thank you, and likewise, good luck. And yeah, also, wisdom quiz and bless-ons are also on my to-do list. So,
Okay,
in the email
I
to the
appreciate you.
professors.
Okay, good luck
Yes,
then. Go.
I know. Oh, I
Okay.
got 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, going, going.
Okay,
Thank you.
peace.
Keep deleting.
You too, peace. Imagine if you kept having all those horrific images coming through your mind. It's like I'm blessed that I don't have that, and it's such a huge distraction. But I want to help. I'm trying to test the universal logic of seeing with the life coaching. But at the same time, I am getting the blessings done because I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. So we're close. We have I think 110 left to do actually. It's not as quite as high as I thought, which sucks. So somehow I'm supposed to do 100 blessings the next day. And for some reason, yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my spirit for guiding me through time toward freedom. As always, we start from sacred sentence. The content sentence is now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tool. The 11th chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 4 Gestalt upgrading. Gestalt upgrading means moving with from part to a higher whole where everything connects with deeper sense. I resonate with this point because it shows growth beyond fragments and I like it as it brings clarity and harmony together. Thank you. Stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic parents. and I like it as it brings clarity and harmony together. Thank you because it shows growth beyond fragments, and I like Gestalt approaching means moving with from part to a higher whole where empowering people with the right to flow using universal tool. The 11th chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 4 Gestalt upgrading, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tool. The 11th chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 4 Gestalt upgrading. Gestalt upgrading means moving with from part to a higher whole where everything connect with deeper sense. I resonate with this point because it shows growth beyond fragments, and I like it as it brings clarity and harmony together. Thank you. Stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my spirit for guiding me through time toward freedom. As always, we start from sacred sentence. The content sentence is now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tool. The 11th chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 4 Gestalt upgrading. Gestalt upgrading means moving with from part to a higher whole where everything connect with deeper sense. I resonate with this point because it shows growth beyond fragments, and I like it as it brings clarity and harmony together. Thank you. Stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through the
There's some kind of propaganda on here. It's day 133 of this hunger strike. Hmm.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my community for holding me in moments of need. As always, we start from the sacred sentence, now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The 10th chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 3 poverty. It includes number 1 time compression to slow, number 2 abandonment, poverty trap, number 3 business cycle. 3 poverty. It includes number 1 time compression to slow, number 2 abandonment, poverty trap, number 3 business cycle. Final action, the point I resonate most is abandonment, poverty trap, because no soul should be left without support. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my friend for bringing light into my journey. As always, we start from sacred sentence, closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tool. The ninth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 2 ideas. It includes number 1, notional clarity, number 2, reality speed, number 3, right relational alignment. Final action, the point I like most is reality speed because truths move faster than illusion. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. As always, we started from sacred sentence, now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The eighth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 1 sentence, now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The eighth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about level 1 impermeabilization. It includes number 1 doing more with less, number 2 no waste, and number 3 multi-layered action. Final action, the point I like most here is multi-layered action because depth gives power to small movements. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Sif. This is multi-layered action. Final action, the point I like most here is multi-layered action because depth gives power to small movements. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the people who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my sister for her very kindness that softens every storm. As always, we start from the sacred sentence. Now, closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting, follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The seventh chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about now stillness. It includes number one, time blindness, calmed, number two, frenzy, cured, and number three, slow down to speed up. Final action, the point I like most here is slow down to speed up because patience creates real progress. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart. Patience creates real, and number three, slow down to speed up. Final action, the point I like most here is slow down to speed up because hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my brother for standing beside me in every struggle. As always, we start from the sacred sentence. Now, closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting, follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The sixth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about continuity. It includes number one, fragmented time solved. Number two, through line of time. And number three, you are immersed in time. Final action, the point I like most with this through line of time because continuity gives meaning to every moment. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my teacher for showing me the dignity of knowledge. As always, we start from the sacred sentence. The content sentence is now closing my eyes. One word spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tools. The fifth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about eternal time versus endlessness. It includes number one, mood, psychological time changes, number two, bad, infinite time, and number three, genuine, infinite time. The point I like most here is genuine infinite time because true eternity carries peace and purpose. Thank you. Stay blessed. Hello everyone. My name is Abdullah Saif. This is Hello everyone. My name is Abdullah Saif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my mother for her compassion that keeps our family united. As always, we start from the sacred sentence. Now, closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The fourth chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about trust. It includes number one, consistent ending every time. Number two, psychological safety for presence, and number three, reliable ending. Final action, the point I like most here is reliable ending because trust is built when endings are certain. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my father for his courage in carrying responsibility with strength. As always, we start from the sacred sentence. Now, closing my eyes, one word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The third chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about closure. It includes number one, conclusion. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. As always, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The third chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about closure. It includes number one, conclusion about closure. It includes two blessing is about closure. It includes two blessing is about closure. It includes number one, conclusion, completeness, number two, ending with meaning, and number three, gratitude with time together. The point I like most here is ending with meaning because it turns every closing into a sacred memory. Thank you, stay blessed. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. This is an authentic blessing. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my ancestors and all the peoples who served with problems as I move through these sacred words and symbols. I honor my grandmother for her endless prayer that still protect me in my path today. As always, we start from the sacred sentence, now closing my eyes. One word spirit meeting follows sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The second chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about boundaries. It includes number one, declare start, number two, declare stop, and number three, permission. And the point I like most here is permission because it gives spirit the choice to flow freely. Thank you, stay blessed.
Okay, you want to do the lesson while you do the light bulb?
Okay, I'm John Prosack. I'd like to thank all the staff back at the ranch for taking care of things, shedding light on all the situations. And flows and One World Spirit is an intergovernment
Welcome. But it has some other good qualities too. Oh yeah, now it starts to smell. But the olive oil, like extra virgin olive oil, has a lot of vitamin omega 9s. So it's not super high in omega 6s, but it has a lot of omega 6s too. So that's why it's really powerful. Tahini is this ground up sesame with that olive oil in it. So that's why it's healthy. It's got to be at least a couple of mouthfuls in here. Potatoes, delicious black pepper. Yeah, I think I got it. This is going to go right to the meeting. It's all these contradictions in the equations. So it's kind of like pointing to, okay, well, the source of all structure is not the Big Bang. It's where did the structure come from that allowed the Big Bang to even happen? And why isn't it all just chaos? Why is there any kind of structure at all? The God conversation is really important, you guys. Like, we should really actively go around saying that we actually have. So, back nice. Shoot, Mavali is the one that we need. This that's not here. I'm just cooking at the moment, you guys. So, if each one of you took one of the exec roles, then all three roles would be done.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my grandfather for teaching me patience in the hard days of our family struggle. As always, we start from sacred sentence. The empowerment sentence is now closing my eyes. One word spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The first chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about number 1, respecting your time, ending on time. Number 2, time dilation, deep time and presence. Number 3, time compression. The final action, the point I must resonate with is respecting your time and ending on time because time matters. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Asif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It comes from the heart of my family lineage. I honor my grandfather for teaching me patience in the hard days of our family struggle. As always, we start from sacred sentence. The empowerment sentence is now closing my eyes. One word spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. The first chunk of level 5-2 blessing is about number 1, respecting your time, ending on time. Number 2, time dilation, deep time and presence. Number 3, time compression. The final action, the point I must resonate with is respecting your time and ending on time because time matters. Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Sif. This is an authentic blessing from an authentic Pakistani from Lahore. It
Okay, I'm going to use the washroom here for a minute. Oh, I'm tired. 12 o'clock already. I only have half the blessings calculated and none made. We need like 110 more, so I'm going to be going over the time. 6 days, most likely. I have to go to Courthouse like this. Yeah. Oh, I would have made the blessings yesterday, we'd be closer. Oh, I'm not eating. But now I am going to do some blessings to eat. So my intuition is saying, okay, I'm gonna play some music now. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom quickly. Again. It's hard to get up. Let me get up. I have to make lessons though. I have to do it. Still here. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh. Ah. Oh man. Uh. I'm exhausted. Almost on day 6. Okay. Oh, oh my God. Oh my gosh. Uh, uh, I don't know how I'm gonna make it to court tomorrow. Okay, listen to music. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom before the meeting. Ugh. Okay, welcome you guys. Thanks for being on time. As you know, we like to start on time every time, because we respect your time. And the self literally is time. And, we got to be careful about making our clocks nervous because it might get a tick tock tick tock tick disorder. That one's not so good. uh, you could say, if you ever get a child clock with its mother, uh, you'll often hear the child clock say, "Look, Ma, no hands," if it's a digital clock. I screwed that up. Anyway, the serious reason why we're here is because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And that One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic, or tools, I mean, and that One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. And I'm going to be the executor today to keep things flowing and fair. I'm Mark. I'm going to be the strategist today to keep things, goals, and ideas tracked. And I'm going to be the relationship builder to keep things loving across the life areas. If you want to take more of those roles, do so you can.
And I'm the influencer, co-influencer, co-influencer. I want to send my blessing to those who are feeling alone and silent and with their struggles, and who are struggling with poverty and mental health and all that disease. So take a deep breath and hold it for 10 seconds. Hold on. And now release it just like that and let go of none of your services. Okay, so it is.
Great, thanks, Usma. Okay. So we're going to go into the next section of default itinerary, which is the check-ins. And I haven't created the timers yet or reset anything. Let's just do it by winging it. So try and aim for 2 minutes for right now, and we'll just start with the I want to do directives, so we'll do try. I notice we're doing straight turn because it's easier. Uh, Actually, no, maybe we should do that. Screw it. Straight turn it is. Go ahead, Usva. Oh, we can't hear you, Usva.
Okay, so today's feel very fresh and positive. And it has just started with a good vibe. And the practice it's Juma, Friday, which is a Saturday, and a sense of peace and blessing of the day. So there is gentle touch of the winter season burning, and which bring up both and refreshing feeling in the air. And winter is my favorite season also. So overall, the mix of spiritual calmness and season change make the day feel special. And if I were to rate it, I would give it 8.7 out of 10 for the energy and positivity it carries. Yes. Okay, go ahead, Marlena.
Well, yeah. I just got off work, got home, running the bath. I also switched my phone, so that's why I was kind of late. And yeah, I'm kind of trying to settle in, but not too much because I need to still get my stuff and go inside. I got my mom to start running the bath for me before I started even getting in the house. Um, and what else was going on? Made it to the gym today, but my back hurts like crazy because I like stretched it out, but it took like half an hour to stretch it out properly to the point that I felt like really good, and then I started running, and then I realized, oh my god, I don't have any time anymore, so I only ran for like literally like 7 minutes, which kind of sucked because I wanted to run for longer, but at least I ran. So hey, that's progress compared to block mode. So building momentum, and but I'm just sad my back hurts. I needed to like work it out somehow. And do strength training. I need to find this one machine. I've lost it. They keep moving the machines around, and it's so disorienting. Like they like move these giant machines like across the gym, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? But anyway, I still haven't found this one machine that is like this perfect like thing for my back. But I will hunt for it. And yeah, what else? I need to. I'm about to take a bath, but well, I was gonna say during the meeting I could try and work on the blessings, but I can't try and multitask like that because my attention will go away from the meeting. So it'd have to be like a different kind of multitasking, like driving or something, for me to still pay attention to this. Like, um, but yeah, I do want to try and do some blessings. Bless off, blessing, whatever. I'm calling them blessings. I do want to do some blessings for Mark though. And what else was I gonna say? Oh, oh, and the wisdom quiz. I haven't done the wisdom quiz yet. And I can't believe I haven't done the wisdom. There's so many things I can't believe I haven't even done. It just feels like I should have done them. That's so like silly it feels that I'm not doing things. I'm really mad at myself for not doing things, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Um, just gotta figure out what the fuck is holding me back from living my best life in my full potential and helping the world do the same. So uh as I just breathed in, I realized how much my back hurts too again. It's like flared up. It's very flared up. And I tried to wear a different bra today, and that I think was a bad move, apparently. Um, or maybe it's a good move. My back's just not used to it. My back is like my back feels really like it's getting like it got more crooked. I think it got more crooked, and part of that is my hips, and I need to figure out how to realign my hips. So I think that means I need to re-sign up for physical therapy again, and that's kind of a lot. I might need to go to a different clinic because I think the clinic I went to, while it was good in ways, they were able to like dry needle me, for instance, which was actually super helpful. And they showed me exercises that were helpful. But now I feel like I can do those exercises on my own, and I feel like it's always really weird doing it there because I'm always like balancing on some table or something like or whatever. Like it's not just like on a mat on the ground. Like I don't know. It's always weird for some reason. Like, but I also just feel like it's not intense enough. Like they only have an hour, so they have like, I don't know, 20 minutes of like massaging and maybe dry needling. It might take some more time too, and then the rest of it is exercising, which is not really that much time to rotate through things. So I feel like it's not intense enough, and I need like a 2 hour session at once or something like that instead of an hour. And I think I need to go find a different clinic that I don't know if anyone would be willing to dry needle me. I don't know how to find out that information. Like if that's something I could even. I'm gonna ask AI, I guess, but I don't know if that's publicly available. Is like finding out. Oh, my mom just texted me. My bathtub is ready. Okay, so I'm wrapping up my check-in. But the like. Oh my god, what was I just saying? That distracted me so hard. Uh, Jesus. There was an end to my point. There was a point to my end. Whatever. There's an end to my point, and um, I just don't remember what I was saying. That derailed my brain so hard, and I often forget the beginning of my sentence by the end, so it's hard to self-reference in that way. And I'm jealous of Mark's memory and self-referential power. Self-referential, self-referential powers. Jeez. Okay. And then my score. I just like embarrassed myself a lot. So my score's lower. No kidding. Um, I don't know. My back pain really brings my physical way down, and my physical in general is not great. So that would bring my life areas pretty down. Everything else is okay-ish right now, like okay-ish, even though it's really not beneath the surface. So, but it feels okay. So I don't know how to even answer that, like, because I feel like my flow score should be more like a 4, more honestly, like every time I'm in here. But maybe that's a lie. Maybe I'm just making that up. I don't know. What is my score right now? I feel so hard to name my score when I really, really, truly consider all my life areas really, truly, honestly. 5? No. 5.5. I don't know. Complete. This is it's so hard to enumerate myself sometimes.
Okay, thanks, Marlena. Yeah, it can be tough, but don't put on face. If you're feeling like a 4, be a 4, and then people know. And today I'm feeling pretty low. It's hitting me hard. I'm just about on day 6, no food, so it's like I'm worried about going to court tomorrow. My head hurts. I'm feeling like my physical's way down, but my spiritual's way up. I did 18 blessings and stuff like that, and I even took a nap and my head still hurts, which is not a good sign. So I'm gonna give myself a 6.5 just because I was still productive today. The hunger cravings were really strong. Uh, but everything's moving ahead. So you just gotta trust the process. And that's what I'm gonna do. So, okay, Marlena, Usva, good job. We're gonna go into the next cycle here. And we're gonna do 30 seconds for the core. So go ahead, Usva, you're the first one. Give her.
Okay, so the core of my spirit is time compression through clearly defining ego wisdom, problem the meta-crisis, and solution that gives up the sentence. And the last one is implementation, so plurals and plots. So core one is a problem in 15 points meta-crisis with nested meta-crisis and polycrisis. Under meta-crisis, we have declining agency, interest, coordination, spirit community, love, and the
And
ultimate
fragmented
is
consciousness.
fragmented consciousness.
That's right. And the poly. Oh shoot! It was supposed to be Marlena next. Sorry. Go ahead, Marlena.
Yeah, so the heart of the crisis is from the consciousness, and the polycrisis is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. Climate change slash nature, mental health, and the solution is universal logic. And the fact about this is it's an exponentially compounding existential threat. And the next section, the two secret sentences,
One World Spirit is has follows One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with rights to flow using universal tools. And World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. It's content sentence. Level blessing level 5-31 is actually about awe, inspiring goals, wow, weary, and warped, and executing, getting stuff done. And the third part of the core is implementation, flow, roles, and flux. Executor, getting things done. Influencer, communicating things. Relationship builder, making you feel loved in things. And strategist, getting things done and checking ideas or goals and ideas. And the flux strategy is contacting 28 people. Oh, we didn't get the flux done. Interesting. Didn't get to finish. But yes, it's just counting 28, 37% success, getting 6 to 9 to build their flocks and learn the core exponentially before it codes itself in roughly 5 to 6 months. Okay, guys, good job. Uso, you're really on the ball here with that, with the voting. So I guess I didn't get on it. Shoot. And I didn't give a reminder in the chat. Yeah, I think 10 minutes is a good one. So let's rock out the 10 minutes for wisdom teams. And any problems we need to immediately address. Go ahead, you guys. And Uso has the most time. It's free flow. Oh, oh, oh. Go. I should have made you.
I think
Right.
one common problem personality faces is the lack of clear communication. And when team members do not openly share ideas, update, or challenges, so misunderstanding begin to grow. And some of us is not clearly doing their roles perfectly, and one of them also don't know about it. Like Mawali, he didn't do perfectly and didn't know it's perfectly about the roles. So I think this can lead to duplicated efforts and delays in completing tasks, and sometimes even conflicts. So a wise approach to solving this issue is to encourage active listening and regular check-ins, and mutual respect also doing practicing to our roles. And if anybody not know about it, then other will help them within the team. So by creating the environment where everyone feel valued and heard, so the team can turn communication gap into opportunities for stronger collaboration and better results. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, even just today, I was catching up on all the blessings, and there's so much court stuff happening. I got served like 4 times today. The court thing is kind of important, but anyway, to answer your question more directly, in between the court stuff, I was looking at the blessings, and I did get caught up on them a bit. So, like I said, I managed to squeeze in making 18 for one section, and I'm happy with how they turned out. So we can get, if Noah, if Hamza and Abdullah want to do them, that's another 36 blessings. But I was really dismayed that when I calculated all the blessings up, we actually still need like 110, and I thought we only needed 80 for some reason. So I'm still calculating all of them, but that's pretty much where we're at. And that means I'm gonna probably go hungry all of today, all of tomorrow, all of the next day, which means I'm gonna have to go to court. And that's partly an inability for me to just keep up. Like I watched Abdullah's blessings today, and he sort of did them a little bit off kilter, right? The numbers don't match up because he keeps repeating the first blessing like at the top level when it's supposed to be the first nested level. So all the numbers are off of his blessings. But he did them all right, except for the last one. For some reason, he didn't do the nested trinity. He just did the one top one. And I'm not sure why he suddenly changed. But he did, Uswa, and you can see the deterioration of the standards, right? If somebody's not like paying attention, people just don't feel cared for and they just stop trying. And unless you have self-pride in what you're doing, that witnessing aspect really does make it more meaningful because we want to be witnessed. Without a second person, consciousness can't even develop. So when we had less blessings and I was able to watch every single one and I was leaving meaningful comments on feedback, and I still have to record all the answers so that the government can actually meet each person where they are. So if we do end up making a lot of money, then we're gonna have to go get people paid to go over all the blessings and record all their answers and put them into a spreadsheet so that the government or the AI or whatever can start coordinating us, which was my original intent. But now we have like 300. Like right now I have 150. Actually no, we have I think we have 200. And that's like for me, even if I watched each video once and they keep to being only 1 minute long, that's 200 minutes, right? That's a lot of time. That's hours of just watching them, never mind responding, which would probably take another minute or two if I make it a meaningful response and not just, oh, thanks, witness. Which kind of makes you feel like you're even more hollowed out because like, oh, they didn't pay any attention to me. So it starts to feel mechanical and it doesn't feel like it's alive. And I was thinking about how schools have teachers that when you do an assignment in the schools, the teacher gives you really good feedback usually and it makes you feel cared for. But if the teachers have too many students, then they give superficial feedback too, and then the students feel like, oh, I'm not important. And the whole point of the intergovernment is to make everyone feel important. So class sizes should be smaller. So I was trying to balance that today, and I'm thinking, okay, this might be the moment where I need to start paying you guys to start doing like blessings, blessings squared. But you just go in and you check to make sure that they're doing a high quality job on their blessings, and they encourage them to do better, and that somebody's watching them do better because it's like when our parents are proud of us and they watch us grow, it's super meaningful. It's actually almost the whole point of life. That's why religion is powerful. Oh, God sees you growing, all this type of stuff. So I know that part is lacking and I'm trying to solve it. It's just that I think, like, I have $315 coming. They're depositing it as of today or tomorrow. I just got another message. It takes like it takes a long time. It takes like 3 or 4 days to get the money through GoFundMe. If they send me the money directly, like my sister, I get it overnight. But if they send it to the GoFundMe, like I'm asking people to do, it takes like 3 or 4 days. And I want us to donate to the GoFundMe because it when people look at it, it's like, wow, people care about Mark, people care about the inner government, people care about the exploited and the poor that we're hiring to do the freelance work, right? So I want people to donate to the GoFundMe, and it's better for my banks because they can track what it's for. So I did that today just to make sure that Abdullah really was doing the blessings, and he didn't do the last one correctly, which is kind of strange. So that one he should probably redo as well because the other ones he kind of messed up a little bit, but they were still really good. But the last one is like just a blatant, like he didn't do the blessing. You know what I mean? So that one I don't want to let slide because if you let it slide, then they start disrespecting. Like, oh, nobody cares, so I'm not going to care. And then the whole thing just deteriorates. So if he knows that I actually watched it, and I will watch them from time to time, then it keeps the standard higher. Um, and so that's what happened today. Is like the problem we need to solve is how do we check the blessings and do the witnessing. So there's gonna have to be like four types of blessings actually. There's gonna be the blessons, the me ELM plural ones, and then the check ones, the blessings squared, and then the wisdom teams where we actually start doing stuff. So I'm mapping all that out, and when they do the blessings too, Uswa, when they're kind of like regurgitating in a certain way, and you can kind of tell that you can kind of tell that Abdullah is not really happy. It's kind of really monotony and it's similar, and like you know what I mean. It's Ahmed actually tried to do them with a lot of energy, um, but if we hit our stride, people should be doing them like with enthusiasm and meditativeness and calmness and it shouldn't feel so scripted. It should feel like it's coming from the heart a little bit. But this is good enough to get started for now, because it is a little bit repetitive until we get more people and more energy. So I just feel grateful they're getting done at all, especially in such short order. Like they must be so tired after like doing Hamza did 28 in a single day. I have to watch his still. But that's like 28 in a day is pretty incredible. The kid has like stamina, which is awesome. So we'll do a vote here to do some chizzy. Um, so yeah, if you guys can help get the blessings down here so I can. I was hoping to eat today, uh, but I couldn't make the blessings. I was so tired, you guys. Because I want to have some energy for the courthouse, but hopefully it'll keep me alive tomorrow. And then if we can do like I don't know how we're gonna do 80 tomorrow, or 100 or whatever. That's what I was hoping. That's what I was thinking. More tonight, Uswa. I should have just let you do all the roles and see if you could do them. And this way I have 12 more, but nobody's coming in the evenings. And Zahan's, I'm not sure what's going on with Zahan. Um, so let's continue free flowing into the chizzy stuff, I guess. If you guys have any more problems, like Marlena, if you have any comments on that, I talked the whole time. If you have any more comments on that, we'll do 22 minutes of chizzy. But if you want to merge into that, go ahead, Marlena. I'm curious your thoughts. Or Uswa.
Just got into a bathtub. But yeah. I still think, yeah, hyper normalization it's a big problem, although I do think a lot more people are becoming conscious of AI. But also a lot of people are like, yeah, conscious, but then go back. So like, so I think that's what's really happening. Is like, oh, people are aware, but they're burying it. So yeah, the hyper normalization is like even more pertinent, I think, than just like straight up telling people what the truth is or what's happening or whatever. You know, like people. Well, hold on, I don't want to say people know what's happening. Some do, some don't, maybe. But like, out of those that like do know what's happening, right? Like, they still like kind of give up. So like, how get how do we get out of this giving up hyper normalization, like collective social contract, like giving up space that we've like we're collectively still adhering to, and then just working and grinding more hours into like the hyper normalization. I think really also fits into like just working more jobs, working more. Like
Uh-oh, am I experiencing a wrench? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm trying to share my screen, but my computer is so slow, it's like not loading properly. I have to turn my camera off, I think. All these everything is upgrading so fast, these computers can't even run a single Google meeting. It's just bizarre. Uh, yeah, people are going back and forth, and we just gotta hold on, right? Like, even when it looks completely hopeless, you just gotta keep going. And today, um, I did get an update from the magazine. So the magazine just confirmed that they're super excited to release my story. They put a lot of effort into it. They call it TLC, Tender Love and Care. So she said she was just gonna message me today. So I messaged her and she said, yep. She said just live for 7 to 10 more days. So I think they're planning something to help me. So we just get this next meal in here. I'm so hungry, you guys. I can't believe how hungry I am. The news article might bring in the big funding. So Uspa, if you can do all the roles and have like a super awesome, like you're able to host them super awesome, then when I bring in the next batch of people, if we get funding, then you can host the first double meeting. Like I'll trust you to do one on your own. Like you can still take screenshots and like voice record them, so we have a voice recording, so we can prove that at least that happened. Like right now we're recording it on YouTube, so at least there's a recording there. If people want to check to see that we're doing it. So you'll do one by yourself because you're actually as good as me almost. Like I'm really happy with you. Honestly, if I could give all $300 to you, I would give all 300 to you. Um, but my conscience is saying, should I pay the other guys or should I just bring on new people? But the honest thing to do, right? The godly thing to do is to pay them for what I asked them to do. So that's what I'm gonna do, even though they could just not come, and I'll be sitting here hungry. And it's a scary thing. I could probably hire 10 to 15 more people with that money. And then they would all start saving my life, right? But then they might ditch too. So I want to stay like as honest as we can. And that's why I said to you guys, I said, I'm out of money. So you're gonna have to trust me. You're trusting the process like I am now. Right? It's like I don't know. I'm trusting God just as much as I'm doing some inshallah kind of some stuff, you know. So like Marlena, I know that people have a hard time learning too. So it's even more uh, challenging because people are experiencing the rubber band effect, right? And I'm struggling to keep up, just updating things. My phones are full. I can't update TikTok. I can't update Facebook. You know what I mean? Like I'm only updating Facebook when I'm having meals. When I want to update it every day, so it looks like it's alive.
Use Google Drive. Google Drive or mine if you need to. I have a 2 terabyte per month Google Drive, but I've only used a little under 600 out of that. And it's 600 gigabytes, and it's 200 or 2 terabytes. So there's like almost 3/4 left of storage.
Right. But you're well. You're still well.
But also like if there's a way that if you could for now get your own account, it's like $10 a month, I think.
Yeah, I know. But I have like one bank now that I'm not in school. One bank account wants to charge me $10 a month. Another one's charging me $15 a month. Then we're gonna do $10. So that's $35 right there, which could pay for 10 blessings, right? Um, and it looks like this freelancer company scammed me. It looks like they're not gonna get the $500 back to me. Like they just let somebody steal from me. They won't even give me the bank account of that person. And I'm like, well, then you're a haven for fraud. Like, why wouldn't you tell me the person that I hired? Like, first of all, why aren't they even using their real names? Right? Like, why? Like, it just incentivizes crime. and I am gonna sue them probably, but it's more in principle to get them to be the freelancer of the world government to force the conversation because they're being superficial about it. So yeah, it's Zoya. So I don't know who this woman is, but we're gonna have to track her down. I'm gonna have to sue them. I'm gonna have to subpoena them. Now that I know a lot about court, I know what has to be done. I just know it's a lot of work.
Solution to your everything is filled up with storage problem.
Oh, YouTube is the solution right now. I cleared 7 gigabytes off my phone because for some reason when I upload the videos, it stores it on my phone. So I deleted that, and then I have a little bit of room, and I realized I had a 6 gigabyte recording on my computer. So my computer's full. I'm solving all that. So Uswa gave me 2 more minutes, so I should probably do some chizzy, but those are the real problems I'm trying to solve today, and I mostly did. Freed up some room.
So you're gonna upload the YouTube and then delete off your storage? Is that your plan?
Yeah, delete off my phone, yeah.
Or
So
that work?
yeah, it does. It's just that you're still a little bit too unstable, Marlena. So if you get distracted by the gremlin and you have all the videos, right? Then it's sort of like, hey, Marlena, we need the password, we need it, and then you're gone. Right. So we gotta keep making more progress on that. Because you did deviate like within 2 days. I'm like, oh, it's oppositional defiance. So far it's like, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit more room, to get back on a stable routine and get back in control of your mind, right? I think really doing the Superman Xena princess warrior princess thing is, I'm really excited to see what happens there. But in my last 30 seconds here, my so I am trying to improve the training too as well. Like I am getting the other checklist going, so that is actually going to happen too to solve the problem you're mentioning. Maybe you can help me with that when I start doing wisdom team blessings, because we're going to be improving the rules too, not just doing them. In fact, as I said, that felt right. So my Chizzy tribe is still tribe 5, logic, leader, spirit, pure being, God is in the same tribe, logic, and I'm done. Uswa has the most time. Go ahead, Uswa. What?
Okay, so I'm also with my same tribe and the same points. And if anyone wants to on my time, you can mark.
Yeah, there's a second if you want to second it, Marlena.
I second.
I second it. Okay. I feel like 2 minutes is still too much unless there's like only 3 people. Like this is kind of okay because when you donate 2 minutes, it's only like we each get 16 minutes, right? So 2 minutes is only like 1/8 of your time. You have to donate 8 times to give away all your time, which means you have to do the seconding and thirding and the critiquing. But when it's only like when it's like 4, 5, 6 people, like 2 minutes is like a quarter of your time. But I'm still figuring that out. So I wanted to mention too that my friend that was here, Johnny, was really quite amazing, and he did his first lesson, and he's got the so there's also that. But in terms of Chizzy, with my 1 more minute, um, so it's why I had a question for you, and Joe really liked it. He messaged me about the question, and now I can't even freaking remember it. Do you remember what the question is, Iswa? Is that a no, Usa?
No, I really didn't know your question now. Can you repeat what the question is about?
Mm. Uh, I'm trying to find it. Did you say the chat notes this morning, or did you say them here? Hold on here. I'm just looking it up here. Looks like Johnny has 19 people at his ranch. I think he could probably get to do blessings too for free. I didn't pull up the Chizzy either. I'm gonna try and pull that up. We really should try and maybe make that that influencer thing. The influencer's probably supposed to pull up the Chizzy trap. It sucks that the green screen and the Chizzy screen happen at once. We could move the green screen to the relationship builder because it's like kind of like nice. And then do the Chizzy screen with the influencer. Yeah, I think in fact as I said that we should probably do it. So 82-8 was the last. Was it really 82-8 that we're on? Oh, the notes aren't up here, Uswa. Did you not upload the notes here? The one that's not. Let me see. So we're actually on 82-4 tonight. So we should have an 82-3, right? But we don't have the 82-3 on here. Did you not upload the notes you saw? Let's see here. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah, Uswa, if I'm paying you to do those things, you should do them. But the question is, are my paying you is the real question, right? So it's deteriorating. But that's okay. At least it's still moving forward. Yeah, I did try and save them, but my computer crashed, so I lost the notes. So the question I asked you is gone. Um, well, um, what was it? It was, yeah, do we limit God by saying that God can't let us know anything perfectly. And the wakefulness. Like the main contradiction I want to try to get down to is like Tawhid has a connection, has a contradiction in it. What if Allah is everything? Then that means we guaranteed have to be connected to Allah. So if we're connected, that means he's putting a break in it. But if you put a break in it, then we shouldn't know anything at all about Allah, that there's a God, right? So the contradiction is the fact that you can know anything about Allah, whether it's distorted or not. It's like imagine you had a pipe with water flowing through it and you choked off the pipe a little bit. If you completely choked up the pipe, there would be no water flowing through at all. But if you even opened it just a tiny little bit, that little trickles coming through, you still get water trickling through, like real water, right? Which I'm saying is analogous to God's being, right? So if you can open the gate a little bit, why can't you open it all the way and then get all the water coming through? And then if God really wanted to choke us off, then he'd close the whole thing. I mean, you wouldn't know there was an Allah. It's more like an animal consciousness. So, do you see the contradiction there, Uswa, or even Marlena? Or Marlena, can you communicate it better than I'm doing?
Okay, so if we talk about Tawheed, it's mean Allah is one and unique and unlike His creation. So the Quran clearly defined and says that there is nothing like unto me, and this means we are not the same being as Allah. Rather, we are His creation and He is our creator. So if someone says that human and Allah are the same existence, so this goes against Tawheed and leads to shirk. And shirk is a big sin. So Tawheed teach that Allah is separate and greater and independent, while humans are limited and dependent on Him. So Allah will give us more knowledge of Himself if He wills. But His true essence is beyond human understanding. So this is not a limit on Allah's power, but His wisdom. So that creation now would become equal to the Creator.
Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't address the.
Allah has full power.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
yeah. I said that indeed Allah has full power to do whatever He wants. If He wanted to make us perfect or equal in knowledge of Him, He surely would. But His will is always tied to His perfect wisdom and mercy. And in Islam, we believe that Allah created us with purpose and to worship Him, to recognize Him within our limits, and to strive with free will. And if we already know Him perfectly, then there will be no test and no growth and no meaning in choosing faith. And so there is no life like we are spending in our.
Yeah, I hear you. It just doesn't get down to the contradiction, right? Like Tawhid says that we're all the same being. But then what you were saying just now is like, well, it's not exactly the same being. Before you said, well, it's the same being, but it's a different wakefulness. But there's a contradiction there, right? It's like, well, you're receiving, in some sense, Allah has to make himself imperfect, right? So I'm a little bit too tired to think about it, honestly. Um, so Marlena, you have like 5 minutes left. So you're in pretty much God mode. I get to pick the song. You guys got to pick before me. So again, once again, the person who's like picking the song is anyway. There's something weird going on with the whole picking the song thing. But yeah, I'll pick it. And Marlena, do you have any comments? And let's do some ratings in the chat.
If anyone wants to speak on my time, they can, first of all, for the rest of my time. But also, yeah, the whole, like, is God knowable thing it has taken an interesting turn. Here in the South, here where I'm at, a lot of people say, like, oh, seeking out knowledge is, like, satanic. Like, and that it's, like, actually a trick of the devil and not godly to, like, focus on that. And that's kind of worrisome. I guess. And I don't know what to make of that. And so I'm trying to think of a question, like, based off of that place in Shizzy, maybe, for all of us. Do you have one, Mark?
Do I have a what exactly?
A question? Or something for us to place in Shizzy? Related to what we're talking about with knowing God?
Yeah, I was thinking of doing the proof of truth more like in the meetings, like getting people to not just read it, but like do it as one of the first things. Um, so like for example, Uswa, have you read the proof of truth yet? Have I sent it to you? But I guess my question is, I don't know why there's such a long delay, but can you negate all sin? Like, can you negate all of your distorted, finite thoughts and arrive back at Allah, unknowableness, right? Like if you could cancel all the negativity, like all the sin, all the missing the mark, could you arrive at a return to to Allah? Because in some sense you must be Baka, you're perfect. So like that fana thing, you cancel every bad thought and then the ego's gone and you're left with just pure God attributes. If you believe that state is possible, then wouldn't that be like God consciousness on earth? Yeah, it is. We're just returning to fauna, actually, I just realized. So I'm gonna have to think that out some more. Um, uh, we should give a wrench score too, a wrench chaos score. We didn't have very many wrenches here, except that I'm dying. That's the thing. I feel like I'm actually freaking hurting now.
The ultimate truth is that everything in this world will perish and will have to end. So, and only Allah will remain. And this is what we call fana, the end of all creation's temporary existence. And the Quran says it clearly that everything will be destroyed except his face. And after fana comes baka. Baka is internal life granted by Allah to do who believed and surrendered. And the Quran says that indeed to Allah we belong and to Him we will return. So this means our journey, our purpose, and our reality all end with Allah. So the truth of Na and Baka is not philosophy, and it is revelation and preserved in the Quran. And Quran clearly define it very well. And that is why we all say that our turn is always back to Allah, and because the Quran self confirms that everything else fades, but Allah alone is everlasting.
Well, you're definitely certain of that. I guess my contradiction that wasn't resolved was, isn't final just about like the human mind, not just like destruction of all creation, but the person's ego is destroyed. The thing that clouds seeing Allah perfectly.
Okay, so we will continue it in next VNM, inshallah. And now I think we have just 2 minutes left. So please give me the link of song to play.
Just trying to find something here. Let's play let's play, like when I have no energy, it's so hard to do this, you guys, so hard. Let's see here. I play the song, like I can't even think of a song to play. I'm actually looking through my playlist right now. Play, you can play Arcade Fire. Um, you know, we could play Amanda Marshall, Dark Horse. So pull up Amanda Marshall, Dark Horse.
Beautiful.
Actually, it's actually Beautiful Goodbye. Type in Amanda Marshall, Beautiful Goodbye. And not a live show, her actual thing. I'm going to have to put it on mute, I think. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of a lay down. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna lay down till the stream comes back. I have to reset the stream. Oh, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Can't even think. Ouch. Just all these platforms are just blocking me. Can't have protests, you can't do anything. God. Oh. 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 Okay, resetting the stream. Resetting. My necks. Oh.